Chapter 4650. Haha, I'll be waiting. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and left. Some people would never shed tears until they saw the coffin. When he defeated Wang Quan, they would all know how terrifying he was. He arrived at the office of the Golden Sky Domain. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was strong enough and didn't need to work hard. But they didn't expect that. After Ling Xiao returned, he entered a state of cultivation. Because Ling Xiao was very clear-headed, whether it was the three sovereigns or the Void God sword, they were only auxiliary items. If he couldn't improve his main body strength, these things would one day be taken away by others. Just like the tenebrous Demon King. Therefore, he had to improve his own strength. There was a set of Void God art in the Void God sword, which Ling Xiao hadn't had the time to study before. Now, he finally had the chance. He sat alone in the room. The Void God sword floated in the air. Ling Xiao's soul power slowly seeped into it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. In the sky, there was a sword. Surrounding this sword was a group of extremely terrifying existences. These people's strength definitely didn't exist in the 4 realms and 9 realms. Suddenly, something strange happened. Everything in the world, including the group of experts, turned into all kinds of symbols and merged into the Void God sword. Dense runes appeared on the Void God sword. Ling Xiao couldn't remember these words. With a glance, he felt that his soul had been damaged. He didn't dare to look anymore and locked his eyes on the first word. This was probably the simplest word. 1. Although he still felt dizzy when he looked at this word, it was bearable. Ling Xiao forced himself to continue reading. Gradually, a small person appeared in front of him. He began to use sword moves. All the sword moves seemed to be writing the word 1. But each move had a different way of writing it. The power of each move was incomparably terrifying. After a full half an hour, Ling Xiao grasped all the sword moves of the little person. Is this the Void God art? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Was the Void God sword just a sword technique? It was just a single word, yet it had so many variations. It was truly terrifying. It didn't matter if it was the God-defying art or not. This sword move felt even more profound than the 12 divine beasts technique and the holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao, someone's looking for you. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao stopped thinking. This sword technique had to be tested in a real battle. Just learning it was far from enough. He couldn't even be considered a beginner. Ling Xiao got up and opened the door. Bailey Fengxing was standing outside. I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation. However, the people who came were special. They were the Eagle King from the Beast Palace and the Golden Silkworm Queen from the Saintess Palace. This matter is of great importance, so I can only disturb you. Bailey Fengxing was very polite in front of Ling Xiao, although Ling Xiao wouldn't do anything to him. He also understood Ling Xiao's current strength and status. Therefore, he did not want to offend him. Thank you. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Bailey Fengxing couldn't help but exclaim, I'm good at movement techniques, but I can't see through what movement technique he's cultivating. This young man is incredible. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived outside. The Fire Emperor was drinking tea with the 2 of them. These 2 guests' appearances were very unique. The Eagle King had a pair of wings on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He wore a black robe, and his aura was extremely powerful. The Golden Silkworm Queen's clothes were more gorgeous, and she looked more like a human. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum stood there, as if they were arguing with the 2 of them. The Fire Emperor just watched from the side. Boss, you're here. Xiao Jin saw Ling Xiao and hurriedly said, The Eagle King wants me to return to the Beast Palace. Cold Plum sighed and said, The Golden Silkworm Queen wants me to return to the Saintess Palace. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 king-level experts indifferently. He walked to the side and sat down. Then he said, "Why are the two of you in such a hurry to ask them to return?" He was strong. Everyone's mentality was different. Ling Xiao now felt like he was on equal footing with these king-level experts. "Why is this kid so rude?" The Eagle King frowned. "Eagle King, Ling Xiao's current status is nobler than mine. If he's lower than you, then what about me?" The Fire Emperor said indifferently. "Speaking of which, the two of you bowed and greeted me when you saw me. But when you saw him, you didn't even greet him. Who's the one with the bad attitude?" What? The Eagle King and the Golden Silkworm Queen were both surprised. The Fire Emperor actually admired a young man so much. The two of them were people who were used to seeing great storms. So they stood up and cupped their hands to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally returned the greeting and waited for them to answer the question. "To tell you the truth, sir, our Beast Palace recently discovered the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. If we can obtain it, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of the Golden Prince. So we can't miss it. I hope you can understand." The Eagle King replied. "Moreover, the Golden Prince has been out for a long time. The Beast Emperor misses him." Since that's the case, Little Gold, you can go back. You can't delay your cultivation because of me. If your cultivation can break through again, it will be of great benefit to you and me. Boss, you're in trouble now. How can I leave?" Little Gold said. "Trouble? Are you talking about King Quan and the others? They're not enough to be my trouble. Little Gold, I'm very grateful for your feelings for me. But you have to consider my feelings for you. You want to help me, but I don't want to drag you down. If you still recognize me as your boss, then listen to me and go back." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Indeed, if Little Gold was willing to help, it would definitely be a good thing for him. But it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to delay Little Gold. "All right then." Little Gold sighed, helplessly. "What about you guys? Why did you let Cold Plum go back?" Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Silkworm Queen and asked, "Why? Do I need to explain to you why I'm bringing our Saintess back?" The Golden Silkworm Queen wasn't as cooperative as the Eagle King. "Ha! Cold Plum is one of my people. What do you think?" Ling Xiao sneered. If others respected him, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. But if others didn't put him in their eyes, why should he put them in his eyes? "Saintess Kaidai, you have to think carefully. This is the Palace Master's order. You know best what the consequences of disobeying the Palace Master's order are." The Golden Silkworm Queen didn't look at Ling Xiao, but looked at Cold Plum instead. "You should discuss this matter with Master. If Master tells me to go back, I'll go back. If he doesn't, I won't go back. I respect the Palace Master and the Golden Silkworm Queen, but I hope you respect my master too," Cold Plum said indifferently. The Golden Silkworm Queen was stunned. She didn't expect Cold Plum to disobey orders and listen to Ling Xiao. "Golden Silkworm Queen, how are you compared to the Dragon Emperor?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Why do you ask? The Dragon Emperor was disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Can't you get along with each other peacefully? Why do you have to oppose me?" Ling Xiao's tone suddenly became stern. "Come and read M. Chapter 46:51. Get lost. If the Saintess Palace can't learn to respect an expert, then Cold Plum won't be the Saintess anymore." The reason why Ling Xiao was so rude to the people of the Saintess Palace, in addition to the Golden Silkworm Queen's arrogant attitude, the most important reason was because of Cold Plum's injury. Although Cold Plum didn't tell him, his Tai Chi eye was not to be trifled with. Cold Plum's injury was definitely related to the Saintess Palace. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know what it means to offend the Saintess Palace? The golden silkworm queen's anger was burning. I don't know. Tell me. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. You will die, and you will die miserably. Moreover, Cold Plum will always be the colorful butterfly saintess of the Saintess Palace. She can't escape this fate. You'll understand before long. You are not qualified to be her master. The golden silkworm queen said coldly. Is that so? Then I really want to see. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The golden silkworm queen frowned. She really didn't understand where this kid got his confidence from. Why wasn't he afraid of the Saintess Palace at all? It was hard to understand. Get lost, Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph, let's wait and see. The golden silkworm queen turned and left. Her eyes were cold. Then we will take our leave too. The Eagle King cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor. Okay. Ling Xiao sent him and Little Gold away. He looked back at Cold Plum and said, Cold Plum immediately returned to the Saintess Palace quietly. I suspect that something might have happened to the Saintess Palace. Also, take this set of Emperor weapons with you. It will be useful to you. The Saintess painting was the 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon in Cold Plum's hand. But this thing couldn't be used often. So Ling Xiao gave Cold Plum a set of 4-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. It included armor and weapons. Although this set of Emperor weapon was not comparable to the 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. However, in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there were very few cultivators who could possess a set of monarch armaments with 4 dragon patterns. After all, even a big shot like Yu Huajun was only like this. Also, I want to remind you that you must act in secret. If you find that you can't solve it, don't hesitate. Or you can come here and find me, or go find Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao exhorted repeatedly. Can I not go back? Master, you're about to face a great battle. But I suddenly left. What was the point? Whatever happens to the Saintess Palace has nothing to do with me. Cold Plum had been forcibly brought to the Saintess Palace, so she did not have a good impression of it. Wrong. The change in the Saintess Palace is your chance. If you control the Saintess Palace, you will be able to obtain even better things. You might even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. When you and Little Gold become stronger, I still need you to accompany me to the eternal desert. Ling Xiao smiled. All right then. Cold Plum nodded and left quietly. How can you be like this? We're about to face a great battle, and you actually sent out all the experts around you. Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. Isn't there still you, Senior? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't worry, Senior Fire Sovereign. If I can't even deal with this little problem, then I'll definitely be in trouble. If I can't deal with this problem, I'm really not worthy of you, Fanghua. And me, Yang Shui leaned against the wall and said indifferently. Yang Shui was the kind of person who did not speak much, but she was really good to Ling Xiao. He did not know if it was because of the ill-fated relationship during the martial arts competition. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. What are you thanking me for? You're my man. Although you might not have any feelings for me, but I want to see if that Yu Fanghua is really worthy of you. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He really could not understand a woman's thoughts. Forget it. Let's just go with the flow. There were some things that were better left unexplained. By the way, kid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Fire Emperor seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little awkward and suddenly said, the news of you and I working together to destroy the deep-sea dragon domain has spread to the Golden City. Even sovereigns have appeared because of this. And they personally said that you're the most outstanding genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the past 10,000 years. They asked the higher-ups of the Golden City to protect your safety if they have time. Today, These guys who have nothing to do are all here. Do you want to meet them? Of course. Ling Xiao had long known that his destruction of the deep-sea dragon domain would become explosive news. Even Huang Jindi would be shocked by this. It was just that he did not know what Huang Jindi would do. Would he cut ties with him or protect him? Now, it seemed that there was a result. Huang Jindi seemed to be a bold person. He actually publicly asked all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region to protect Ling Xiao. In this way, whoever wanted to kill Ling Xiao would really become the enemy of the entire Golden Sky region. He followed Fire Emperor out of the Senior Elder Tower and arrived at a courtyard in the city. Ling Xiao saw many experts. There were more than 100 Divine Body realm martial artists. There were more than 1,000 half-step Divine Body realm martial artists. That was not all. The Golden City was just that scary. Standing in front of everyone, Ling Xiao was a little excited, but his performance was neither servile nor overbearing. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the crowd. It pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt that the other party did not have any killing intent. He probably just wanted to test his ability, so he did not kill him. This was a first-level Divine Body realm martial artist. He planned to meet force with force. He sank his chi into his dantian and activated his true origin. The Sky Tyrant martial soul possessed his body, and the unbounded heavenly rat transformed. He met the other party's fist head-on. Obviously, the other party only used 70% of his power. So this time, he was at a disadvantage. He was actually sent flying. F***CK, this kid is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. Fire Emperor really didn't lie. Seeing is believing. When I heard sovereigns praise this kid, I was still a little unconvinced. But now that I've seen it, he is indeed powerful. A 5th-level core fragmentation realm martial artist can actually fight a 1st-level Divine Body realm martial artist. Just based on this point, it's amazing. Kid, don't worry. We are not here to find trouble with you. We are here to cheer for you. I heard that the #1 genius of the Eternal Emperor region, Wang Quantianming, is here to snatch your woman. You must beat that kid into a pig's head. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, friendliness, and appreciation. This made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. It had been a long time since he felt like home. This time, he made the right bet. The Golden City did not disappoint him. He also hoped that it would not disappoint him in the future. He noticed that among the 100 Divine Body realm martial artists, there were 20 at the 2nd-level Divine Body realm. There were also 7 or 8 at the 3rd-level Divine Body realm. There were actually 2 4th-level Divine Body realm martial artists. So many martial artists were his backers. How lucky was this? However, Ling Xiao was also very clear that this was exchanged with his own strength. If he did not have such talent, if he did not destroy the deep-sea dragon region, he probably would not have received the treatment today. Seniors, thank you for coming to support me. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was still neither servile nor overbearing. Although he was touched, he was also very clear-headed. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but it was difficult to provide timely help. The Fire Emperor and Yang Shui were truly timely help, and these people could only be considered as adding flowers to embroidery. However, there was no need to reject them. After all, they had good intentions. End of chapter. Chapter 4652. Fire Emperor, Brother Ling, Wang Quanzheng is here. Just as everyone was joking around, the white silver dragon came in with a serious expression. Where's Yufeng Hua? Ling Xiao was naturally most concerned about Yufeng Hua. The moon lady fell into the 10 cycles of reincarnation because of him. Yu Fanghua was the reincarnation of this life. He once swore to protect her and never let her get hurt. She's not here yet. Wang Quanzheng isn't here either. Their strength naturally can't be compared to Wang Quanzheng. Wang Quanzheng is a king-tier existence. The white silver dragon answered. However, Yu Fanghua and Wang Quanzheng should be here soon. Perhaps today. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked again. The Eternal Emperor region also has a courtyard here. Moreover, it's much bigger than ours. They are there. The white silver dragon answered. Also, I was discovered by Wang Quanzheng. He asked me to pass a message. Speaking of this, the white silver dragon didn't look too good. Speak. Ling Xiao was already used to hearing unpleasant words. After all, the people from the Eternal Emperor region had always been like this. It wasn't a big deal. He said to ask Ling Xiao, that stinking bug, to crawl over here and die. The white silver dragon finally said, Hee, you're still as unskilled as before. Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone, I'm going to meet Wang Quanzheng. Are you guys willing to come along? Of course. Of course you have to go. This isn't just about you anymore. It's a battle between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region. Yes, the other forces are watching the show. Whoever loses in this battle will probably have a hard time in the future. They might even be beaten up while they're down. These people really have nothing better to do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Let's go. To me, this is also a battle that I can't lose. Everyone walked out of the courtyard. They walked towards the residence of the Eternal Emperor region. The villas of the 4 realms and 9 realms were all built around the Elder Tower. There was a large open space in the middle covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. It would also be convenient for him to organize activities. At this time, a group of people who had eaten their fill and had nothing to do were waiting there to watch the show. Would Ling Xiao, who had destroyed the deep-sea dragon region, have the guts to face the Eternal Emperor domain? They were looking forward to it. There were about 100,000 people in the bustling crowd. There was no space for more than 1,000 mu of land. Many people simply stood in the air or on top of the buildings. After all, they were all martial artists. This was something that could be done. About 10 mu of land in the center had been emptied. The crown prince and I sat there waiting. He was surrounded by the experts of the Eternal Emperor domain. This included Wang Quan, Feng Shui, and the elder who had been crippled by Ling Xiao. What a grand display! Wang Quanzheng. Am I planning to avenge their founding elder? Isn't that obvious? Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple that founding elder. As the strongest force in the 4 realms and 9 realms, the Eternal Emperor domain will definitely not let this go. That's not all. I heard that he killed Wang Quanzheng's son, Wang Quanzheng. This brat is really arrogant. It seems like the Golden City is prepared to protect him with all their might. The Golden City isn't as good as the Eternal Palace. It's still unknown if they can withstand it. Anyway, I feel that Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it if he doesn't have the protection of the Golden Prince, the Kaidai Saintess, the Fire Emperor, and the Valkyrie. He can't even defeat me. A half-step divine, physique, realm martial artist, was unconvinced. That's because he's capable. Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's success wasn't because of his own strength. It was because someone had helped him. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to snatch Wang Quan Tianming's woman, there was no way he could win. Speaking of which, Wang Quan Tianming had been extremely talented since he was young. He had always been the number 1 genius in the Eternal Emperor domain. Moreover, as a high-level beast god martial artist, he had also received the full support of the Eternal Palace. It was rumored that his cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the divine physique realm. His cultivation was on par with the warlord Huang Jinlan. In terms of strength, after the beast god transformation, he was obviously stronger. Moreover, since he started cultivating, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same generation. He had even defeated super geniuses like Huang Jinlan and Beimeng Ba. One should know that Huang Jinlan was the warlord of the Golden Sky region. Beimeng Ba was the same as Little Gold. They were both princes of the Beast Palace. He was much older than Little Gold. Such a genius would naturally shine brightly like the moon surrounded by stars. If Ling Xiao didn't suddenly rise, no one would think that Ling Xiao could fight with this person. It was the same, even now. Many people didn't think that Ling Xiao was strong. They had always thought that Ling Xiao relied on the help of others. If it's a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. That's right. This kid has always been arrogant. I'd like to see how he will face Wang Quan and Tianming's challenge. Losing face in front of the woman he likes is absolutely fatal. Maybe Yufang Hua is just playing with that silly kid. Why would the Eternal Emperor's daughter like such a kid? It really doesn't make sense. In the end, Ling Xiao was still too low-key. Whether it was killing Yu Huajun or the 30 divine physique realm powerhouses from the deep-sea dragon region. He even joined forces with the Fire King to kill the Dragon Emperor. He didn't let anyone see all of this. Therefore, many people doubted him. Even the Golden Sky region martial artists present didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. Black Peak, isn't Ling Xiao too anxious? It's not a good thing to face Wang Quan and Tianming now. Bai Fan was naturally on Ling Xiao's side now. After all, not only did Ling Xiao save his life, he also represented the Golden Sky region. I don't know either. Black Peak shook his head. He couldn't understand it anymore. These lunatics and geniuses were advancing too quickly. He listened to the discussions around him. Wang Quan gave me a smug smile. Everyone knew that his son, Wang Quan Tianming, was the strongest genius in the 9 worlds. This time, he wanted to let Ling Xiao know what it meant to be strong. What was fear? Let Ling Xiao pay the price. There were hundreds of divine body realm experts around him, including those who were originally in the chaotic sand ocean and those he had brought from the Eternal Palace. In addition, there were tens of thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists. This was called imposing manner. He wanted to scare that Ling Xiao to death. Whenever he thought of Ling Xiao, Wang Quanzheng would feel extremely displeased. Back then, he had been chased by Ling Xiao and had fled into the archaic divine tomb. They didn't dare to show themselves. Feng Shui, is it really Ling Xiao who crippled Elder Yuan? Wang Quanzheng was suddenly asked. He was still terrified of that terrifying figure. It was indeed him who crippled him. However, Elder Yuan was severely injured by Valkyrie Yang Shui, Saintess Cold Plum, Golden Prince Little Gold, and a little girl called Dong Huangyu. Wang Quanzheng replied, "Who are you talking about?" "Dong Huangyu." Wang Quanzheng was suddenly revealed a shocked expression. "It's Dong Huangyu, Ling Xiao's female disciple." Wang Quanzheng didn't know why Wang Quanzheng was so agitated. Everyone read. Chapter 46:53. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Wang Quanzheng shook his head. How is that possible? I must be overthinking. Who exactly is this Dong Huangyu? Wang Quan Feng Shui couldn't help but ask. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. The key question now is Ling Xiao. Wang Quanzheng really didn't expect this. An ant back then actually grew to such a level today. How terrifying was this guy's talent? If he didn't kill this little guy now, he probably wouldn't have a chance in the future. Only 4 years had passed since then. Ling Xiao was only 19 years old now. What a crazy kid. Most people wouldn't be able to reach Ling Xiao's current cultivation level even after 400 years. Even a genius like Wangquan Tianming only broke through from the first level of the divine body realm to the second level of the divine body realm in 4 years. Could it be that Ling Xiao had eaten some sort of miracle pill? It was really strange. However, as long as that monster doesn't appear, that kid still won't be able to turn the tables. Wang Quanzhenhua was still most afraid of the black demon. The black demon appeared without any warning and directly destroyed his son's body. Even he wasn't his match. Just as he was thinking, the group suddenly opened up a path. Wang Quanzhenhua looked up. He instantly frowned. Ling Xiao actually didn't come alone. There were actually tens of thousands of people following him. There were hundreds of divine body realm martial artists around Ling Xiao. There were also tens of thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists. In terms of strength, they weren't inferior to the eternal imperial domain at all. As expected of the veteran number 1, although they had declined, their foundation was still there. The person at the front was actually Ling Xiao. Even people like the Fire Emperor and Valkyrie were only worthy of standing beside him. Who exactly was this kid? How could he be respected by so many experts? This extravagance wasn't inferior to Wangquan Tianming at all. Wang Quanzhenhua stared at Ling Xiao with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes. There was anger, fear, and a strong murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao seemed very calm. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at him mockingly. When they reached the center of the square, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Quanzhenhua with a smile. Yo, back then you were chased by me into the primordial divine tomb. You didn't expect me to chase you, did you? You desperately urged those experts of the Western regions to kill me. Unfortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. And you even came here. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, his tone full of sarcasm. Wang Chuanjing's expression didn't look good. Although Ling Xiao's words were ambiguous, they were basically true. When he was being hunted down, he didn't even dare to look back. They didn't even dare to kill Ling Xiao personally. They could only ask the forces in the Western region for help. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Bullshit. You think you can hunt down my second uncle with your strength? What a joke. Wang Quanfeng Shui cursed. This woman was becoming more and more unsightly. Ling Xiao said indifferently, whether it's true or not, I, Wang Quanzheng, know best. It's not worthwhile for me to lie. All right, there's no need to talk nonsense. This time, you came to me with great fanfare. Wasn't it to avenge your idiot son? That's right, I killed Wang Quanzhenhua. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and shook their heads. This brat is really fearless because he has the backing of the City of Gold. Wang Quanzhenhua didn't look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, are you really going to let this kid behave atrociously here? Or is the Golden Sky region preparing to challenge the Eternal Emperor region's rule? Don't try to frame me. I'll tell you the truth. Ling Xiao is now one of the candidates for the Emperor region. His status in the Golden City is higher than mine. Whatever he says, he represents the Golden Sky region. You understand now? The Flame Emperor sneered. What? Wang Quanzhenhua's expression turned even uglier. In the past, he had always mocked Ling Xiao for not having a powerful identity and status. Now, the identity of the Emperor region's candidate wasn't inferior to his son, Wang Quan Tianming. How could this brat have such a good life? Wang Quan Fengshui suddenly whispered in Wang Quanzhenhua's ear. Wang Quanzhenhua immediately smiled. He looked at the Flame Emperor and said, How about this? Let the youngsters settle their matters. When Tianming arrives, how about having a death match with Ling Xiao? Since you guys are so confident in him, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Or are you guys really going to start a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region? Sure. Before the Flame Emperor could say anything, Ling Xiao had already agreed. After all, the Eternal Emperor region wasn't the Deep Sea Dragon region. He couldn't get the people from the Golden Sky region to fight for him. If they died, he wouldn't feel good about it. Now that the other party had proposed a death match, this was exactly what he wanted. Flame Emperor, aren't you going to stop him? The experts from the Golden City hadn't seen Ling Xiao's true strength. Therefore, they were worried. Wang Quanjinghua and Wang Quanfengshui were also stunned. This was obviously a decision to send Ling Xiao to his death. Ling Xiao actually agreed. What a retard. No need. The Flame Emperor chuckled and said, "You guys don't understand his strength." Thinking about what happened in the martial spirit barrier, the Flame Emperor was still very agitated. Ling Xiao was even stronger than him when he unleashed his full strength. This was his confidence. Although everyone still didn't understand. Since the Flame Emperor had said so, they couldn't say anything else. Since it's a death match, there has to be a rule. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "No one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, it will be initiating a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region." Sure, Wang Quanjinghua smiled. Besides, a death match is boring. Let's make a bet. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If I win, Wang Quanjinghua, you have to kill yourself on the spot. Also, I want that earring on your body." When he arrived, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the earring on Wang Quanjinghua's ear seemed to be related to the Seal of Eternity that he had cultivated. He had been using the Seal of Eternity less over the years. It was mainly because he realized that it wasn't complete. If he used it forcefully, it might cause him to go berserk. However, Wang Quanjinghua's earring might be closely related to the Seal of Eternity. It might even be the complete Seal of Eternity. The bet before was just a joke. Wang Quanjinghua would never kill himself. The latter was the key. You're really greedy. Dream on. Wang Quanjinghua sneered. So you don't dare to? You don't have confidence in your son? Forget it. Since the Eternal Emperor region admitted defeat, I don't want this bet. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Everyone heard it. Wang Quanjinghua doesn't even believe in his own son. You guys are pretty confident in Wang Quanjinghua. Humph. Then do you dare to bet with the Flame Emperor's life? Wang Quanjinghua snorted. A big shot like him still wanted to save face. Besides, Wang Quanjinghua was very confident in his son, Wang Quanjinghua. Of course. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, the Flame Emperor spoke first. End of chapter. Chapter 4654. I believe in Ling Xiao, so I dare to bet my life. Many people were dumbfounded by the Fire Emperor's attitude. Was it really good to have such confidence in a fifth-level core-shattering realm martial artist? Not enough. Wang Quanjinghua looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You have to add one more thing. Then add an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Your ear stud is just an ordinary thing. An Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns should be enough, right?" Ling Xiao said, "Deal." Wang Quanjinghua nodded. It seemed that this person did not know the mystery of the ear stud. Perhaps only those who had cultivated the eternal seal would understand the preciousness of the ear stud. All right, I believe that the king of the Eternal Palace is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Since you have agreed, then let's wait for Wang Quanjinghua. Ling Xiao sneered. As long as you don't go back on your word. Wang Quanjinghua also said coldly. Next, they just had to wait. It didn't take long. About an hour later, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. The moment he saw Yufenghua, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. But he didn't say anything. Yufenghua and Wang Quan Jinghua appeared at the same time. One was a genius. The other was a peerless genius. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was simply a match made in heaven. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. Today he was going to beat up Wang Quan Jinghua, so that the world would know that identity and status were all fake. The most important thing was still strength. Wang Quan Jinghua and Wang Quan Jinghua looked very similar. He was wearing a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. That domineering aura made many people exclaim in amazement. If Wang Quan Jinghua didn't appear, people felt that Ling Xiao might have less than a 10% chance of winning. After Wang Quan Jinghua appeared, the chances of winning were completely zero. Although Ling Xiao's aura didn't lose to Wang Quan Jinghua's, and his handsomeness didn't lose to Wang Quan Jinghua's. However, there was still a huge difference between their strength and status. Simps always felt that the arrogance and disdain of upper-class people were a symbol of status. It was a symbol of nobility. Even if they were scolded by this kind of person, they would still kneel like a pug to express that they were scolded well. Ling Xiao was arrogant, but he was not arrogant. He would not look down on ordinary martial artists, unless it was an enemy. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao did not have the temperament of a superior. How despicable! Neither of them looked at Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao did not exist. Instead, he landed in front of the Eternal Emperor Regent's group. He nodded at Wang Quan Jinghua. It was understandable that Wang Tianming didn't look at Ling Xiao. After all, in front of this prodigy, Ling Xiao was just a small fry. However, it was strange that Yu Fanghua did not look at Ling Xiao. Of course, this was the opinion of others. Ling Xiao seemed to accept this reality very calmly, because he found something interesting. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He was very excited. His heart was even more excited than his face. Unfortunately, there was also a strong sense of disappointment in this excitement. The Eternal Emperor Regent's martial artists did not notice the change in Ling Xiao. They were happily welcoming Wang Tianming and Yu Fanghua. "Young miss, someone said that he wants to fight with my son for you. Do you know him?" Wang Tianming suddenly asked. The originally chaotic square suddenly became quiet, because this matter was very important. Ling Xiao had always declared that he liked Yu Fanghua. Then what was Yu Fanghua's attitude towards Ling Xiao? Yu Fanghua glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. There was only indifference and ridicule in her eyes. "Who is he? I don't know him." This was not a lie. Ling Xiao saw the truth in her eyes. This woman really did not know him, and he didn't know this woman either. A person's appearance and figure could be the same, but their soul would never be the same. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was not that happy when he saw Yu Fanghua. He was very confused. Who was this woman? Why was she pretending to be Yu Fanghua? At this moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Perhaps they wanted to see shock, sorrow, and pain on this young man's face. But they were disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as before. It was as though he did not hear Yu Fanghua's voice. "All right, there's no need to play such boring games. You have to understand that this battle is not about fighting over a woman, because my woman is not an object to be fought over. This is just an agreed life and death battle. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you." Ling Xiao stood up straight and looked at Wang Quan Jinghua as he said calmly, "Haha, very good. You're actually not affected. I really did not expect this. Missy, there will be a life and death battle next. Just sit here and watch the show. The chaotic sand sea is very big. After watching the show, Missy wants to go somewhere to play. Let Tianming take you there." Wang Tianming was a little disappointed. He wanted to see Ling Xiao in a sorry state, but the other party was much stronger than he expected. He doesn't have a chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Wang Tianming, you don't seem to understand what a life and death battle means. Today, Wang Tianming will die, and so will you. The grudges of the past have been dragged on for long enough. It's time to see the results. What a big mouth. What an arrogant person. Do you want me to kill him? Yu Fanghua smiled. Missy, you don't have to do it. Tianming is here. Wang Tianming smiled and said, After all, this is an agreement. If we break the agreement, it will be bad for the Eternal Palace's reputation. Nonsense. Wang Tianming, if you can't kill him, I'll kill you. With that, Yu Fanghua turned around and sat on the prepared chair. Wang Tianming nodded. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. An ant actually dared to challenge him. Father, why did you agree to such a boring battle? Just to let me trample an ant to death? Wang Tianming couldn't be bothered to look at Ling Xiao. With his status, his fame, and his strength, in the 4 regions and 9 realms, no young genius was worthy of his battle. Maybe Valkyrie Yang Shui could. But why this ant? He's the one who killed your brother, Wang Tianming said indifferently. Also, he's not weak. Don't underestimate him. In just 3 to 4 years, he came all the way from the Western region. He has reached the 5th level of the core fragmentation realm. You can't underestimate him. Although Wang Tianming also looked down on Ling Xiao, it involved his son's life. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare to let his son underestimate the enemy. Oh, hearing his father's words, Wang Tianming re-evaluated Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. You're a beast god. No wonder. Wang Tianming began to find it interesting. Beast god martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms were extremely rare. If they really cultivated, they would be very powerful. No wonder Ling Xiao could kill Wang Tianming. It was normal for a beast god martial artist to challenge someone of a higher level. End of chapter. Chapter 46-55. But beast god martial artists are also divided into different grades. You're so weak, you're probably an intermediate god at most. As for me, I'm an advanced god. Wang Tianming said indifferently, You saw it just now. Fanghua doesn't even know you. How laughable that you chased her all the way here. It's just wishful thinking on your part. You're a laughingstock for the world. You're not just embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing the Golden Sky region. Are you done? Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm done. Wang Tianming nodded. Since you're done, it's my turn. I've always heard that Wang Tianming is an amazing genius, #1 in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But today, I see that you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. The world is so big. How many experts have you seen? How dare you call yourself #1? Ling Xiao said as he walked toward Wang Tianming. Shut up. Before Wang Tianming could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao interrupted. Since you're done, let's go. Since you've said so, shut your mouth and listen to me. Do the martial artists of the Eternal Palace not even have this bit of credibility? You've not only lost your face, you've also lost the face of the Eternal Emperor domain. You, what about you? How dare you call yourself the #1 genius when you're so weak? As far as I know, the Golden Prince of the Savage Beast region, the Rainbow Butterfly Saintess Cold Plum, and the Divine Dragon Palace's Prince Longchen are all stronger than you. I know. It's fine if you don't admit it. Today, in front of so many people, I'll pull a piece of trash like you down from your position as the #1 genius in the world. I don't want you to think that you're so powerful. Ling Xiao interrupted Wang Tianming again. I'll kill you. Wang Quan Tianming finally said a complete sentence. Nonsense. This is a battle of life and death. Even if you don't kill me, I'll kill you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Facing Wang Quan Tianming's terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao remained calm as usual. People couldn't help but admire him a little. I don't know where this kid gets his confidence from. Does he really think he can defeat Wang Quan? A battle between beast god martial artists. Just thinking about it makes me excited. However, he did not know if they could transform into beast gods to fight. If it's just a beast soul transformation, it won't be interesting. The final form of a beast god martial artist was the true beast god transformation. So far, no one from the 9 realms of the 4 regions had seen him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Quan Tianming didn't intend to use his beast soul transformation. This was because he felt that he, a second-level divine physique echelon expert, was facing a core fragmentation realm martial artist. Transforming into a beast soul was a little cheap. Even without the beast soul transformation, his aura was still terrifying. The expressions of many divine body realm experts present changed. Fire King, can Ling Xiao do it? Someone asked. Just watch. You don't understand what a true genius is. After seeing Ling Xiao's battle today, I believe that all of you will understand. The Flame Emperor said calmly. He had no reason to panic. Ling Xiao's combat power was not something Wang Quan Tianming could compare to. Are you looking down on me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You don't need to transform, but I can. He knew very well that he was no match for Wang Quan Tianming without the beast soul transformation. Not only did he need to transform, he also needed to use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. He also needed to use the Sun God Blood formation. As Ling Xiao's combat power continued to rise, Wang Quan Tianming's face was still full of contempt and disdain. East Victory Sky Sword. East Victory Demon Sword. Ling Xiao took out the East Victory Sky Sword and the East Victory Demon Sword. He held the swords with both hands. He attacked with both hands. The East Victory Sky Sword and the East Victory Demon Sword did not have any special effects. They were pure swords. Their sharpness was not inferior to the Void God Sword. Without using the Demon Venerable and the God Venerable, he could borrow these 2 swords for the time being. The 2 swords emitted a sharp sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the void. Everyone finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. This sword intent seemed to pierce into their hearts, causing them to feel sharpness and fear. Interesting. Wang Quan Tianming only smiled faintly. Sorry for calling you an ant. You're stronger than an ant. At least you're a monkey. Ling Xiao did not speak. He only smiled contemptuously. This made Wang Quan Tianming even more angry. He hated Ling Xiao's smile. Facing him, the number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, everyone should be in awe. It wasn't Ling Xiao's expression. This Ling Xiao is not weak. He should be stronger than a half-step divine body, realm martial artist. So what? It's just an egg hitting a rock. Wang Quan Tianming can't even transform. He can easily kill him. That's true. Almost no one thought highly of Ling Xiao. There were even many people who wished for Ling Xiao to die. They did not have a grudge against Ling Xiao. They just hated that a lowly country bumpkin was stronger than them. He dared to challenge someone they did not dare to challenge. Facing such mockery, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. They would soon bow down to him. After today, the number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would no longer be Wang Quan Tianming. It would only be him, Ling Xiao. Let's fight. I'll give you 3 moves. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. You're too arrogant. I don't need 3 moves. I can kill you in 1. Wang Tianming's anger had reached its peak. He felt that he had been seriously underestimated. This was simply intolerable. Dragon fist. Suddenly, Wang Quan Tianming threw a punch. The shadow of a dragon flashed behind him. A 5-clawed golden dragon. It turned out that Wang Quan Tianming's beast god martial soul was a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the primordial era, the 5-clawed golden dragon was considered a mid-tier divine dragon. It was indeed powerful to have such a martial soul. When the punch was thrown, the divine dragon roared. The huge shadow of the fist directly smashed towards Ling Xiao. It wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one punch. 12 divine beast technique, 11th level. Facing Wang Quan Tianming's dragon fist, Ling Xiao did not show any weakness. He stabbed out with his right sword. The 12 divine beast technique that had been condensed exploded. It turned into a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the air. It almost tore the divine dragon apart. 11 terrifying beasts fused into one, and the effect produced was quite shocking. Boom! A terrifying collision erupted in the void. Ling Xiao's body was directly sent flying, even if he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. Ling Xiao was still no match for Wang Quan Tianming. Even if Wang Quan Tianming did not use his beast soul transformation, he was still a 2nd level divine physique echelon expert. The martial artists of the Eternal Emperor domain showed a mocking smile. However, their smiles did not last long. Wang Quan Tianming soon paid a heavy price for underestimating his opponent. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. Ling Xiao used the 12 divine beast technique with his right hand, the East Victory Devil Sword on his left, and right had been put away without him noticing. A sharp finger force instantly cut through the void. Chi. This attack directly pierced through Wang Quan Tianming's head. If Wang Quan Tianming's reaction was not fast enough and avoided the attack, then this strike would be enough to take his life. As for Ling Xiao, although he was sent flying, he was not injured at all. End of chapter. Chapter 46-56. Had he underestimated Ling Xiao? Wang Quan Tianming had paid a heavy price for underestimating his opponent. That heart-wrenching scream caused the scalps of everyone present to go numb. Those who had truly studied Ling Xiao's cultivation process would never underestimate Ling Xiao. If anyone still thought that he was easy to bully with that terrifying cultivation speed of his, they deserved to be annihilated. Ling Xiao had only used one move to make everyone look at him in a different light. He made everyone understand that he wasn't just a lucky kid who had survived under the protection of the Fire Emperor, the Golden Prince, and the Kai-Dai Saintess. His strength was equally terrifying. Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming was almost scared to death. The smile on his face froze and stopped abruptly. Everyone from the Eternal Life Palace thought that the battle would end immediately. It would end with Ling Xiao's death. But they didn't expect that the person who was almost killed would be Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming. Genius? Haha. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash protected in swaddling clothes. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to call yourself the number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? As Ling Xiao spoke, he pounced again. The Dong Sheng demonic sword appeared in his right hand again. His 2 swords constantly unleashed different attacks, crazily attacking Wang Quan Tianming. He used the Holy Ground demonic shadow's unpredictability to start a crushing attack. He didn't even give Wang Quan Tianming time to heal. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Emperor Domain's cultivators were all stunned. The Golden Sky Domain's cultivators cheered excitedly. On the other hand, the Fire Emperor was as calm as ever, because he knew that this was just a small demonstration of Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Zhao's true strength was much more terrifying than this. I really didn't expect Wang Quan Tianming to be suppressed. This is the fault of underestimating his opponent. If Wang Quan Tianming didn't underestimate his opponent, the situation would definitely be different. Many people still firmly believed that Wang Quan Tianming had underestimated his opponent. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was powerful. Ling Xiao was just better at seizing opportunities. Beast soul transformation. Wang Tianming, who was covered in wounds, finally let go of his pride. He had said he wouldn't use his beast soul transformation, but he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would definitely be tortured to death by Ling Xiao. The moment he transformed, a terrifying golden light exploded, and Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. Wang Tianming's body was covered in golden scales. The transformation of the five-clawed golden dragon was indeed quite cool. But that was not the point. More importantly, not only had Wang Quan Tianming recovered from his injuries, his combat prowess had also skyrocketed. Golden Dragon Demon-Slaying Claws. With a roar, Wang Quan Tianming launched a counterattack. It was as if a golden dragon had descended from the sky. The huge claw covered the sky as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. The golden light was extremely dazzling, causing many people to be unable to see anything clearly. However, the pressure brought about by the huge dragon claw was extraordinary. Everyone could feel it. Those who were slightly weaker vomited blood on the spot and had no choice but to flee into the distance. Many of the buildings in the square were destroyed by this terrifying pressure. That kid is dead meat. That's right. Wang Quan Tianming will no longer underestimate his opponent. Ling Xiao won't have any chance at all. In the face of such a powerful and terrifying attack, Ling Xiao stood there with determination in his eyes. It was only interesting when the attack was powerful. If the attack was too weak, it wouldn't be fun. Anyway, his physical body was extremely strong, so he wasn't afraid of being smacked to death. Therefore, he was already prepared for his counterattack. The East Victory Heaven Sword in his right hand suddenly blasted out a 12 Divine Beast Techniques 11th stage sword aura. Is this kid stupid? There's no way he can block this move. Perhaps that's his strongest move. It's time to return to normal. Wang Quan Tianming suppressing Ling Xiao is the right thing to do. The 11 giant beasts condensed into a terrifying sword aura and collided with the huge dragon claw. A terrifying explosion bloomed in the void. People didn't even take a breath. Many first-level divine physique echelon martial artists felt that if they were in Wang Quan's shoes, they would definitely not dare to take this attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao actually dared to take it head-on. He was really courting death. The power of the golden dragon devil-slaying claw was indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword aura only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. The martial artists of the Eternal Emperor region cheered loudly. However, in the next second, they felt awkward. The cheers seemed to be for Ling Xiao. The East Victory Devil Sword in Ling Xiao's left hand blasted out an attack with almost the same move. Ling Xiao had the ability to execute different moves or the same move with both hands at the same time without reducing the power of the move. He had already learned this a long time ago. This advantage had been maintained until now. In any case, no one had seen anyone else who could do this. This seemingly simple technique was, in fact, extremely difficult to execute. The requirements for soul power and true origin control had reached the pinnacle. Even the top martial artists of the immortal court continent might not be able to do this. Ling Xiao could only do this because he had the Tai Chi eye and the tyrannical martial soul. Boom! The second 12 Divine Beast Techniques sword aura collided with the huge dragon claw. Finally, they both exploded at the same time. while everyone was lamenting how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao's attack wasn't over yet. Black Lotus treasured light. After executing the move with both hands, a demonic Buddha suddenly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. A pitch-black light shot straight at Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming didn't underestimate his opponent this time. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. The attack of a soul mystic art was even harder to dodge than the void-shattering finger. Another hysterical scream rang out. Wang Quan Tianming lost consciousness in midair and crashed to the ground, although it was only a momentary loss of consciousness. However, his soul had already suffered heavy injuries. Below, everyone was dumbfounded. Those who insisted that Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Wang Quan Tianming were slapped in the face again and again. They couldn't find a way out. If Wang Quan Tianming was injured the first time because he underestimated his opponent, but this time Wang Quan Tianming was still injured even after entering the beast god transformation. Ling Xiao's attack was simply unpredictable and impossible to guard against. In terms of battle experience, Wang Quan Tianming is far inferior to Ling Xiao. Fire Emperor laughed. Ling Xiao is right. Compared to him, Wang Quan Tianming is a frog at the bottom of a well. Those who have seen and fought with him are too few. That's right. Wang Quan Tianming has been known as a genius since he was young. The people of the Eternal Palace have high hopes for him, so he doesn't want to fail. Therefore, when choosing opponents, he is very careful and won't challenge someone he can't beat. That's why he has an undefeated record. Moreover, he is from the Eternal Palace. There aren't many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds who dare to attack him. Ling Xiao isn't the same. He doesn't care about this at all. He has encountered all kinds of enemies. Moreover, he constantly encounters powerful opponents who want to kill him. Ling Xiao has many more opportunities to face danger than Wang Quan Tianming. That's why he has honed such terrifying battle skills. Yang Shui nodded and said, Chapter 46:57. Even the people from the Eternal Emperor domain had to admit this. From the start of the battle, it was obvious that Ling Xiao's combat strength was inferior to Wang Quan Tianming's, but Wang Quan Tianming was completely led by the nose. It was too awkward to have strength, but not be able to use it. However, they believed that techniques were only supplementary. Wang Quan Tianming would definitely be able to win this battle. What a pity! If Ling Xiao could survive, he would definitely become a terrifying existence. He might even be able to go to the Eternal City. Finally, someone started to admire Ling Xiao and praised Ling Xiao. This was the praise that Ling Xiao obtained with his own strength. Wang Quan Tianming got up from the ground again. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. Terrifying golden light bloomed crazily from his body. It was as if a divine dragon had come to life. He was about to go crazy. He was ambushed by Ling Xiao twice, which made him suffer unspeakable pain. Ling Xiao, I have to admit that up until now, I've underestimated you. Your strength is indeed qualified for me to be serious. You're talking as if I can't do it if you're serious. Don't flatter yourself. Ling Xiao mocked. Show me what you're capable of. To be honest, you're far inferior to Yu Huajun. When I killed him, I at least used my artifact. However, you're not even qualified for me to use my artifact. How dare you underestimate me? Wang Quan Tianming was furious. He turned into a ray of golden light and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. The speed of a second-level divine, physique echelon martial artist was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he was a beast god martial artist. His speed was even comparable to the Holy Ground Spectre. At the same time, Wang Quan Tianming took out his weapon. He didn't use his weapon earlier because he felt that it wasn't necessary. However, he had no choice but to take out his weapon now. He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be drowned in humiliation if Ling Xiao lived a moment longer. His weapon was also a sword. This sword was actually an emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns. As expected of the number 1 genius of the Eternal Palace, this treasure was the strongest item Ling Xiao had seen apart from the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon. This sword is called World-Defying Golden Dragon. Once the sword is out, you will not have any chance. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura condensing on his opponent's sword. This aura was definitely more terrifying than the golden dragon demon vanquishing claw from before. From the looks of it, he wasn't completely boasting when he said that he hadn't used his full strength before. He could feel the terrifying power of the sword, the expressions of many second-level divine body echelon martial artists changed. Facing this attack, they did not dare to take it head-on. In their opinion, dodging was the best choice. Dodge! Bailey Fengxing shouted. He was a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon. He hurriedly shouted at Ling Xiao when he sensed the overbearing power of Wang Quan Tianming's attack. Retreat? You won't have the chance. Wang Quan Tianming sneered. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 realms seemed to have found his own dignity and pride. In the Golden Firmament region, everyone except the Fire Emperor had their hearts in their throats. They were extremely nervous. Although Ling Xiao had managed to injure Wang Quan Tianming the previous 2 times, Wang Quan Tianming wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. That was just the use of his skills. Between the 2 of them, Ling Xiao was more like an experienced assassin, but his strength was weaker. Wang Quan Tianming was inexperienced, but his combat power was terrifying. He could take Ling Xiao's attacks many times and not die. However, Ling Xiao could not. If he was hit, he would be finished. Of course, this was just their wishful thinking. If they knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was equivalent to an 8 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, they would definitely not think so. No matter how powerful he is, it's just a joke. Those who didn't like Ling Xiao finally found a chance to mock Ling Xiao. All right, shut your stinky mouth. He can fight Wang Quan Tianming to this extent with his 5th stage core-shattering cultivation. Can you? If you can't, then shut up. That's right. If you say less, no one will think you're mute. More and more people began to support Ling Xiao. Even if this young man was really killed, at the very least, he had won respect with his own strength. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this kind of respect. What he wanted was victory. In this hardy battle, he still needed to break through. At this moment, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 30%. This was all thanks to Wang Quan Tianming. The stronger Wang Quan Tianming was, the stronger his attack power, and the faster his cultivation C energy increased. Ling Xiao, you might really be a genius, but you have made the most stupid mistake by making me your enemy. With a cold laugh, Wang Quan Tianming's world-defying golden dragon sword had already stabbed out. This sword did not have such a vast aura, because the terrifying destructive power was concentrated on the tip of the sword. The moment it stabbed out, it even pierced through space. World-defying sword. A dragon roar sounded. Golden light flickered, and a terrifying 5-clawed golden dragon flew out from the world-defying golden dragon sword. It swallowed Ling Xiao. This move, I don't know if it was Wang Quan Tianming's most powerful move, but it was definitely the most terrifying move that he had displayed so far. I'm afraid that even if his left and right hands used the 12 Divine Beast technique at the same time, they wouldn't be able to block it. Obviously, Wang Quan Tianming wanted to end the battle quickly. Under the violent sword intent, Ling Xiao was like a drop in the ocean, floating on the surface of the sea. It seemed that he couldn't control his body at all. At any time, he could be swatted away by the terrifying waves. Is it stupid to be your enemy? Is it a mistake? Then you're really unlucky to have met me. You must have been possessed by the god of misfortune. Others were nervous, but Ling Xiao still laughed. Under that terrifying move, he was calm as if he had not encountered any threat. To be honest, I can't bear to bully you. I think you're pitiful. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The sword in both hands was suddenly put away by him. Both hands pointed out at the same time. Void-shattering finger could only be used once every 5 minutes, but if used at the same time, then there would be no problem. How terrifying was the power of the double void-shattering finger? Even Ling Xiao himself didn't know. Double void-shattering finger. Shatter the void. Just at the moment when the world-defying golden dragon sword was about to stab Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's 2 fingers finally pointed out. Originally, when Ling Xiao put away his 2 swords, people thought that he had given up, or prepared to avoid. However, he did not expect that he would actually fight back. He actually used a finger technique. The terrifying power of the double void-shattering finger even scared Ling Xiao himself. The golden dragon that was pouncing over was torn into pieces in the void. The terrifying power extended out. Even Wang Quan Tianming couldn't escape the fate of bad luck. His entire left hand was also shattered by the void. Blood dripped, but he escaped fast enough. Otherwise, his entire person would have been involved. Dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The hundreds of thousands of people in the entire square were silent. Only the sound of the void shattering could be heard, and Wang Quan Tianming's third miserable scream. Everyone read. Chapter 4658. Who would have thought that Wang Quan Tianming would be the one to initiate the attack 3 times in a row? Wang Quan Tianming's left hand was covered in blood, although it was recovering at a visible speed. However, the pain was real. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. After a series of actions, he was also a little tired and needed to catch his breath. Wang Quan Tianming glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He was a genius in the 2nd level of the divine physique realm, and a beast god martial artist. He was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao, but he couldn't gain any advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, he was tortured badly by his opponent. Wang Quan Tianming probably didn't realize that the sun god's blood diagram was constantly devouring his essence. It was weakening his strength. He couldn't win now, and it would be even more impossible for him to win as time passed. Should he complete the beast god transformation? Wang Quan Tianming was thinking about this. After completing the beast god transformation, his combat strength would increase by at least 10 times. However, the problem was that what he lacked now wasn't combat strength. With his current combat strength, he could already crush Ling Xiao. The key was that he couldn't hit him. He used to look down on combat skills, thinking that skills were useless, because his previous opponents could easily win with his powerful combat strength. However, today was a little troublesome. He looked at Ling Xiao opposite him. This hateful kid had a mocking expression in his eyes, and he seemed to be very relaxed. The key was that he didn't use the Emperor weapon. He had already used the world-defying golden dragon sword with 6 dragon patterns. It was too embarrassing. Tianming, don't care about that boring face. Let him understand that the Eternal Palace's genius has the advantage of being an Eternal Palace's genius. Seeing Wang Quan Tianming hesitating, Wang Quanjingyi said loudly, He knew very well that his son had many emperor weapons on him, although they weren't as good as the world-defying golden dragon sword. However, they were still emperor's weapons with 5 or 4 dragon patterns. How could Ling Xiao compare? If he knew that Ling Xiao had close to 100 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns, would he be scared to tears? Got it. Wang Quan Tianming gritted his teeth. Since the world-defying golden dragon sword, then he would use another emperor weapon. No matter what, he could not lose to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would lose a lot of face. How was he going to survive in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Ling Xiao, I will now let you understand what it means to be a genius of the Eternal Life Palace. My monarch weapon is not something you can compare to. Wang Quan sneered and touched his storage ring. When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had obtained some treasures in the world of souls. However, they should be monarch weapons with 3 or 4 dragon patterns. It could not be compared to the Emperor's weapon of the heavenly mandate. These people didn't know what Ling Xiao truly possessed. Ling Xiao is really in trouble this time. He's rich and overbearing. What can you use to compete? I feel like it's not a glorious victory for Wang Quan and Destiny. So what if it's not glorious? As long as he can win, he will still be the #1 genius of the 9 realms. Don't forget, treasures are also a type of ability. Ling Xiao doesn't have such a good background. This is the reason why Wang Quan and Destiny looked down on him. They thought this was the end of the battle. However, it seemed like something new had happened. In the next moment, Wang Quan Tianming took out a mirror from his storage ring. The mirror floated above his head, and 5 dragon patterns appeared on it. Compared to the world-defying golden dragon sword, it had 1 less dragon pattern. However, the world-defying golden dragon sword was a weapon, and most of its power was in its attack. This mirror was a little strange, and its special effect was something the world-defying golden dragon sword couldn't compare with. Normally, only a 5th-level divine physique realm warrior could fully unleash the power of a 5-dragon pattern emperor weapon. However, geniuses were always an exception. Wang Quan Tianming was a genius. With his 2nd-level divine physique realm cultivation base, he could unleash 90% of the power of a 5-dragon pattern emperor weapon. This was a genius. He was different from ordinary people. However, if the others knew that Ling Xiao could control a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon with his divine core cultivation base and could unleash 30% of its power, what would they think? If it was Wang Quan Tianming, with such a cultivation base, he might not even be able to control it. Geniuses had their differences too. When the mirror was taken out, it immediately shone with a dazzling golden light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. An emperor weapon with 5 dragon patterns was already an extremely precious treasure. Only a top genius like Wang Quan Tianming would be able to obtain one. Yang Shuyi and Huang Jinlan both had 5 dragon pattern emperor weapons. However, Bai Yinzi didn't have one. This was the difference between them. It's the heavenly golden dragon mirror. Someone down below recognized the mirror. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Wang Quan Tianming even took out this mirror. Rumor has it that this heavenly golden dragon mirror can borrow the energy of the heavens and transform into a golden dragon to attack its enemies. No one below the 5th-level divine physique realm can withstand a single attack from it. As expected, Wang Quan Tianming is going all out. It's also because Ling Xiao is strong enough. Otherwise, Wang Quan Tianming wouldn't have been forced to use such a treasure. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao looked at the heavenly golden dragon mirror calmly and couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. The heavenly golden dragon mirror was indeed terrifying. However, it still couldn't kill him. His physical body was equivalent to an 8-dragon pattern emperor weapon, even if Wang Quan Tianming's strength, combined with the heavenly golden dragon mirror, could bring even more terrifying destructive power. At most, it could only destroy Wang Quan Tianming's physical body with 6-dragon pattern emperor weapon. In the face of 8-dragon pattern emperor weapon, there was no threat to speak of. This was the key to Ling Xiao's invincibility. You're strong, but if you can't kill me, I can play you to death. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, Wang Quan Tianming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, can't you be a little more nervous? I'm about to use such a powerful Dharma treasure, and you're still looking at me with disdain. Ignorant fool, I'll let you see the effect of the world-defying golden dragon sword and the heavenly golden dragon mirror. Wang Quan Tianming snorted coldly, holding the world-defying golden dragon sword in his hand and the heavenly golden dragon mirror above his head. He began to circulate his true essence. A golden dragon from the world-defying golden dragon sword broke through the air and entered the heavenly golden dragon mirror. At that moment, the heavenly golden dragon mirror broke through the air. It rapidly grew larger in the sky. It almost covered the entire sun god's blood fiend array diagram inside. The mirror seemed to have turned into a nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless golden dragons circled and danced in it. The martial artists in the square felt their scalps go numb. Any one of the golden dragons inside was enough to kill a 4th-level divine body realm martial artist, not to mention tens of thousands. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Wang Quanzhen was sneered. The old woman, who was crippled by Ling Xiao, also revealed an excited expression. Previously, when Wang Quan Tianming was suppressed, she was very unhappy in her heart. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Yu Fenghua was still sitting there calmly, as if nothing had happened, as if she didn't care about Ling Xiao's death, as if she didn't know this person at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 46:59. Boom. With a loud sound, a golden dragon suddenly blasted towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was extremely fast, almost catching up to the speed of the escape light. Ling Xiao had no time to use the holy ground demonic shadow. The only thing he could use was the golden light technique. Fortunately, the golden light technique could be used infinitely in the sun god blood evil diagram. The reason why he had to dodge was because Ling Xiao discovered that the power of the world-defying golden dragon sword and the heavenly golden dragon mirror combined, it should be able to hurt him. So he had to dodge. Even if it was a light injury, he didn't want to. He wanted to kill Wang Quan Tianming without any injuries. Only then would it be shocking enough. Only then would he be able to better humiliate the other party. What a fast movement technique. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a move. At this moment, the second golden dragon shot over. Ling Xiao still chose to dodge with the golden light technique. Although his movement technique is fast, his advantage is gone. I'm afraid the next question is how long he can last. This kind of movement technique probably consumes a lot of energy. I dare say that it won't take more than 3 times. Wang Quanzhen said self-righteously. However, he was quickly slapped in the face. The 3rd golden dragon, the 4th golden dragon, all the way until the 10th golden dragon. Ling Xiao used the same method to open all of them, without any signs of weakness. And it was very easy. Ha ha, Wang Quanzhen, your eyesight isn't very good. Fire King laughed. He had already seen Ling Xiao's movement technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. Wang Quanzhen's old face flushed red, and he didn't say anything else. He only hoped that his son could kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Only then would he not lose all his face. However, the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ling Xiao was still running. Wang Quantianming was still attacking. Wang Quantianming was still unable to take down Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also didn't have a chance to counterattack. The two of them seemed to be stalling for time. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy of his cultivation base was under the attack of the heavenly golden dragon mirror. It was obviously increasing rapidly. Now, it had increased from 30% to 60%. The speed of increase was terrifying. Damn it, he only knew how to hide. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. After attacking for a long time, he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Wang Tianming's expression darkened. He had already used 2 monarch weapons. Yet, he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. If news of this were to spread, he would really be laughed at. In his fury, the tens of thousands of golden dragons in the sky came out of the golden dragon mirror. It was as if the entire sky was filled with golden light. Incomparably terrifying. This was the most powerful attack of the golden dragon mirror. The radiation covered a radius of 1 mile. It's over. Someone sighed. Ling Xiao had already performed very well. Regardless of whether it was his previous combat skills and experience or his current movement techniques, Lin Fan was able to see through them. This was something that many divine physique realm martial artists couldn't compare to. But at this moment, even with such a movement technique, he could not avoid it. Everyone could see that the earth elemental golden light technique could only move within a radius of 1 li. On the other hand, Wang Tianming's attack covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Ling Xiao could not escape at all. Fire Emperor. Yang Shi became nervous. Don't worry, he can do it. Fire Emperor smiled. Ling Xiao still hadn't used his most terrifying trump card. It could only be said that he still had a way. Go to hell, 10,000 dragons descend. Wang Tianming roared crazily. Finally, the tens of thousands of densely packed golden dragons blasted down at the same time. That terrifying and spectacular scene made countless people suck in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Many second-level divine physique realm martial artists were trembling. They knew very well that as long as they stood below, they would definitely die. There was no possibility of survival. They would definitely be blasted into smithereens. There wouldn't even be a complete corpse. At this moment, Wang Tianming was like the dragon god in the sky, incomparably arrogant, incomparably powerful. Facing this godlike opponent, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. Is he crazy? I think he's crazy. Maybe he can't dodge at all even if he wants to. This golden dragon's attack speed is too fast. Right at this moment, a cold aura suddenly rose in the air. Behind Ling Xiao, a frost divine dragon appeared. Dragon God Frost Formation, a pure white formation suddenly appeared and superimposed on the blood-red formation. The descending speed of the tens of thousands of golden dragons instantly slowed down. They were even frozen into ice cubes. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was simply dumbfounded. This was 2F asterisk king exaggerated. There was actually such a move. Humph, he's just prolonging his last breath and slowing down the time of his death. Wang Tianming snorted coldly. He was right. Ling Xiao just wanted to delay the attack. But to say that he was prolonging his last breath, that would be ridiculous. Ling Xiao wanted to take this move in front of everyone. Behind him, a huge divine ape appeared. Divine ape invincible formation. The golden array diagram appeared once again, superimposing itself on top of the blood-red and ice crystal array diagrams. This was the formation after the fusion of the 2 special skills of the divine ape beast soul. The special skills of the divine ape beast soul were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. This divine ape invincible formation could fuse the 2 abilities into one, and as long as the formation was not removed, the effect would be maintained. Whether it was a physical attack or an elemental attack, they would all be blocked. Of course, this was not true invincibility. The divine ape invincible formation did not completely block the opponent's attack. Instead, it directly weakened the opponent's attack by 70%. In this way, the tens of thousands of dragons could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. Originally, even if they directly hit Ling Xiao's body, the damage would be very limited. Now that the divine ape invincible formation had weakened it, it was basically like scratching an itch. At this moment, the ice cubes shattered, and the tens of thousands of dragons blasted down again. After passing through the golden light of the divine ape invincible formation, it suddenly became weak and powerless. Ling Xiao just stood there and let the golden dragons continue to fall. He felt the energy in his sea of cultivation rising rapidly. A disdainful smile bloomed on his face. Finally, the tens of thousands of golden dragons had all fallen, and Ling Xiao's sea of cultivation energy had also increased to 90%. He was very close to the next breakthrough. Of course, the others did not know this. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had been completely surrounded by the tens of thousands of golden dragons. He must have turned to ashes. When the golden dragons finished falling, there was no trace of Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, finally dead. Serves you right. This is the result of offending me. You will never be a match for me. Wang Quan Tianming laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. The reason why he underestimated the enemy so much was because he trusted his magic treasure and felt that Ling Xiao could not escape. He's still dead, not even a speck is left. The crowd let out a sigh. Sigh, this is the result of going against the immortal palace. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. It was not that their eyes were not good. It was just that there was no trace of Ling Xiao's aura in the air. Wang Quan was laughing even more crazily. He finally got rid of this kid, but it still felt a little unreal. End of chapter. Chapter 46:60. The old woman beside Wang Quan Zhenyo even started doing a weird dance that she had learned from somewhere. She was so excited that she looked like a happy old witch. However, no one noticed that when the golden diagram appeared, there was another diagram on top of it. This diagram was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was the Mao God Nether diagram. The Nether Ghost Rabbit's two special skills were Shadow Dancer and Hell Shadow Strike. Originally, when Hell Shadow Strike was used, the user would be exposed, but it wouldn't be in the diagram. Ling Xiao could completely retract his aura as if he had disappeared. He could remain in his Shadow Dancer form all the time, even when he was attacking. Hell Shadow Strike could be used continuously without any interval. That was how terrifying diagrams were. They greatly increased the effect of the beast soul's special skills. Chi. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The clamor of the crowd suddenly stopped. Wang Quanjinyo's head was pierced through like a watermelon. Hell Shadow Strike was terrifying because it was silent. However, Wang Quanjinyo was really something. He still managed to avoid Ling Xiao's sneak attack from his soul realm. For a divine body realm martial artist, there was only one vital point in the body. That was the soul realm in the head. It looked like a thumb-sized stone. As long as it wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Wang Quan Zhenyo managed to avoid this vital point in the nick of time. Although his head was completely pierced, he didn't die. Of course, if Ling Xiao had used the Void God Sword, it would have been different. The Void God Sword would have sucked him dry, including his soul realm. The moment he was pierced, Wang Quan Zhenyo thought of saving his life. His body suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was the movement technique he cultivated. although it wasn't as good as the holy ground demonic shadow because his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. His speed was actually faster than Ling Xiao's. However, Ling Xiao had won such a great opportunity to counterattack. Naturally, he would beat the dog while it was down. The holy ground demonic shadow was used. Although it wasn't as fast as his opponent, it wasn't much different. The distance between the two of them was only about 1 meter in a short period of time. This distance was perfect for the cosmic light godly fist. Ling Xiao put away the Dongsheng devil sword in his left hand. He unleashed the cosmic light godly fist. In that instant, the surrounding time froze. Although it was only for 3 seconds. However, it was enough for Ling Xiao to launch another fatal attack. However, Wang Quantianming seemed to have learned his lesson and no longer cared about his reputation. He took out another monarch weapon with 5 dragon patterns and released it. This was a defensive Dharma treasure that could protect his entire body. And all of this happened before Ling Xiao used the cosmic light fist. Maybe it was because the other party was too strong. The time-stop effect of the cosmic light god fist only lasted for 2 seconds. However, the ferocious fist energy still landed on Wang Quan's body. With a violent punch, Ling Xiao condensed black, white, and gold light in his hand. It directly shattered the defense of the Emperor weapon with 5 dragon patterns. In the end, the fist landed on Wang Quantianming's back. Crack! The golden scales on Wang Quantianming's back broke inch by inch. He was sent flying. He lost his balance. Ling Xiao continued to chase. The void, shattering finger condensed again. Wang Quantianming was scared out of his wits when he sensed the spatial distortion. He revealed an extremely terrified expression, because at this moment he had no other choice. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon, and a beast god martial artist. He was played by Ling Xiao like a fool. In the end, he was faced with the inevitable outcome of death. Boom! At this critical moment, an attack shot out from the crowd of Eternal Palace and landed on Ling Xiao. It sent Ling Xiao flying. Wang Quantianming finally escaped the disaster. Wang Quantianming, you're shameless. The Fire King was furious. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Wang Quantianming, a king-level figure of the Eternal Palace, would sneak attack a junior. Bastard, who told you to sneak attack me? Wang Quantianming turned around and killed a 2nd-level divine body, realm martial artist, beside him with a slap. When the martial artist was dying, he didn't expect Wang Quantianming to kill him. It was clearly Wang Quantianming who did it. He just did it secretly. He actually made him the scapegoat. Fire King, please calm down. I didn't expect someone to do this either. I've already killed this person. Don't ruin the harmony between us because of such a shameless person. Wang Quantianming looked at the Fire King with a sincere expression. Why would the Fire King listen to his nonsense? He was about to attack. However, at this moment, a figure climbed up from the ruins. It stopped him. Senior Fire King, keep an eye on those shameless people from the Eternal Palace. My life and death battle with Wang Quantianming hasn't ended yet. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. This caused everyone to feel shocked. Even if that wasn't Wang Quantianming's attack, it was still a 2nd-level divine body, realm martial artist sneak attack. What exactly was this guy's body made of? How could it be so tough? Ling Xiao didn't want the two sides to fight. That was because once chaos ensued, it wouldn't be easy to kill Wang Quantianming. As long as the Fire King and the others kept an eye on the people from the Eternal Palace, they wouldn't have to be afraid of another sneak attack. I don't care who did it. What you did only delayed Wang Quantianming's death. What's the point? Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. he faced Wang Quan Tianming again. When everyone saw this scene, they felt deep respect for this young man. They knew very well that if it wasn't for the sneak attack from the Eternal Palace, Wang Quan Tianming would definitely be dead. He wouldn't even be able to use his last beast god body. Many people felt sorry for Ling Xiao. He didn't manage to kill Wang Quan Tianming with such a good opportunity. If he wanted to do it again, he probably wouldn't have another chance. Wang Quan Tianming would definitely use his beast god body. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had already used up all his trump cards. There wouldn't be any more accidents. But Ling Xiao just smiled in disdain. Although the sneak attack just now wasn't good, it successfully helped him raise the energy in his sea of cultivation to 100%. The door to the breakthrough had opened a crack. He now hoped that Wang Quan Tianming could enter the beast god body. This would provide some reference for him to enter the beast god body. On the other side, a terrifying golden light suddenly appeared around Wang Quan Tianming. The golden light wrapped around him and began to transform. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never suffered such a loss. He had never been in such a sorry state. After saving his life, he wanted to madly retaliate and counterattack. The blood in his body was boiling. Every cell in his body was calling for the beast god to appear. Ling Xiao, I admit that you're strong. You're the most terrifying opponent I've ever seen. But you didn't kill me. Now it's all over. I'll show you how terrifying a real beast god martial artist is. Unfortunately, you can only use the beast soul possession. You can't really use the full power of the beast god. Otherwise, I'd really cry today. Chapter 46, 61. Wang Quan Tianming stood there, and the golden light shot wildly into the sky. Everything around him was cut off. Ling Xiao found that all his diagrams had temporarily disappeared in that area. Thus, he simply kept the child god's blood fiend array diagram and put away the rest. The more diagrams he activated, the greater the consumption. Even with his vital essence, he had to take it easy. After all, he had already begun to absorb potential. His vital essence had long been used up. Wang Quan Tianming's body gradually floated up. More and more scales appeared on his body, and many strange incantations appeared. Terrifying dragon aura was released. Many warriors couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure and fell to the ground. Many people continued to flee. If they didn't, their hearts would explode. The five-clawed golden dragon represented imperial power in the mortal dynasty of the ancient era. It represented the throne. So at this time, in this terrifying space, Wang Quan Tianming was like a king of the ancient era, ruling the world. Ling Xiao stood there quietly, looking at Wang Quan Tianming. Incantations kept flashing in the Taiji eye. Others thought he was stunned, but they didn't know that he was crazily absorbing his opponent's experience. The Heart of Gold and the Taiji eye were a perfect match. That Ling Xiao has been promoted to a top genius of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yes, to be able to fight with Wang Quan Tianming to this extent, he deserves the respect and awe of the world. He's too strong. I even suspect that he can be stronger. Don't joke. Wang Quan Tianming is even going to use the beast god body. Ling Xiao is already at his wit's end. Is that so? I don't think so. Stop talking. Look at the beast god body. In the sky, a 5-clawed golden dragon that was dozens of meters long was circling. Its huge head looked down at Ling Xiao, releasing a dragon aura that shocked everyone. This was the power of the beast god, the strongest power of the Black Tortoise continent, a power that hadn't appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. Once the beast god body was used, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. No matter how good his skills were, no matter how good his tactics were, But in the face of this terrifying power, there was only one result. That was death. Do you think you're the only one who has an array diagram? I have it too, and it's even stronger. Sovereign formation diagram. The golden array diagram was a huge circle covering an area with a radius of 1 mile. You won't be able to survive in the sovereign spirit diagram, because I am the king, I am the emperor. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will fall and rivers of blood will flow. Wang Tianming was no longer as timid as before. He had become a confident and powerful person once again. All of this was given to him by the beast god physique. Ling Xiao was still standing there, as if he had been scared silly by this turn of events. Wang Tianming revealed the joy of a victor. He really regretted that he had underestimated this kid. If he had used the beast god's body from the very beginning, he would have been able to defeat the beast god. Where did all this trouble come from? In the end, he had been too confident and underestimated his opponent. He had thought that he could kill Ling Xiao without using his beast soul transformation, but he had been suppressed by Ling Xiao the entire time. He was forced to use his final trump card. Ling Xiao had become his inner demon. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he was afraid that his martial path would be stagnant in the future. This guy might even become his nightmare day and night. I don't care about killing ants. But today, you've been promoted. You're qualified to be the one I kill. You shouldn't feel pain when you die. You should be proud because you died at the hands of the number 1 genius of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Wang Tianming's voice became more and more excited. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Wang Tianming frowned. I'm laughing at you for being a fool. From the beginning to the end, you didn't have the slightest advantage over me. Who exactly gave you the confidence to kill me? You think I'm qualified to be killed by you? Bah, you really think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao smiled as he felt the joy of a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had to admit that the beast god physique was terrifying. The terrifying pressure made his cultivation break through to the 6th level of the core fragmentation realm. His strength increased tenfold. His opponent became stronger, and so did his strength. No, the stupid Wang Tianming still didn't realize that the sun god's blood formation had weakened him a lot. Originally, the 5-clawed golden dragon would be even more terrifying. But now, it was at least 10 times weaker. Ha! I don't blame you for being so arrogant. After all, you've injured me repeatedly before. This may have given you an illusion. It was an illusion that he could kill me. Now, let's return to reality. Look at the Emperor's fury. As his huge claws danced gently, the Emperor's blood formation began to spin wildly. It was like a windmill, and it was getting faster and faster. Ling Xiao couldn't control his body at all. Although the sun god's blood formation could still be used no matter where he ran, he couldn't escape the influence of the Emperor's blood formation. As the Emperor's blood formation spun faster and faster, Ling Xiao found that his body was being crazily torn apart. If his body wasn't strong enough, he would have been torn to pieces by now. In this Emperor's blood formation, even space became fragile and began to collapse. It was simply an enhanced version of the void-shattering finger. It's really too scary. Once the Emperor's blood formation is out, there's really no opponent. It's such a pity for Ling Xiao. Is there really no hope? Many of Ling Xiao's supporters felt a little disheartened at this moment. If the Eternal Palace hadn't interfered in this battle, the result might not have been like this. Unfortunately, there weren't so many ifs in this world. Yu Fenghua looked at the Emperor's blood formation and revealed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Otherwise, Wang Tianming would be too useless. Yang Shui nervously gripped the spear in her hand. If the Eternal Palace could interfere in this battle, why couldn't she? She definitely wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to die. This was the first man she approved of. Don't be nervous. Flame Emperor glanced at Yang Shuyi and said, your current mission is to keep an eye on the Eternal Palace and don't let those guys shamelessly sneak attack. Believe me, I saw some of Ling Xiao's secrets. You can't imagine how strong he is. A mere Wang Tianming is just a pitiful stepping stone in his eyes. Yang Shuyi was stunned. She believed that Flame Emperor wouldn't lie, but was Ling Xiao really that strong? No one could see Ling Xiao anymore, because the Emperor's blood formation had turned into a golden vortex. Everything that was sucked in was torn apart. Many people in the crowd lowered their heads. As expected, a miracle didn't happen. Since it was already like this, Ling Xiao was definitely dead. Ha 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 ha. Now you understand. Don't think that just because you hurt me a few times, you have the strength to fight me. You're still far from it. In front of my beast god physique, you're nothing. You're just a lowly bug. It's time for you to wake up from your beautiful dream. Wang Tianming laughed wildly. Whether Ling Xiao heard it or not, he was very happy. He finally got his revenge. This kind of feeling was really satisfying. End of chapter. Chapter 46-62. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The sovereign array diagram, which had been spinning at high speed, exploded. Wang Quan Tianming's laughter stopped abruptly. A figure stood there like a deity. He was unharmed. Ha ha! Is this your strongest trump card? Isn't it a little too funny? Ling Xiao stood there with the Void God sword in his hand. This was his first time testing the power of the Void God art. That strike only had the word one, but it contained the power of the Void God art. It was terrifying and domineering. Just one strike had shattered the sovereign array diagram. Of course, this was also due to the power of the Void God sword. The Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns was the strongest Emperor weapon in the 9 realms. It wasn't something that anyone could have. Impossible. The golden dragon in the sky spoke in human language. He couldn't believe this was real. He had already entered the beast god body. He had even unleashed his strongest attack. Ling Xiao was still unharmed. He couldn't accept this at all. Go to hell. It's time for this battle to end. Since Ling Xiao had taken out the Void God sword, this battle should be over. Furthermore, Wang Quan's mandate had been greatly weakened by the child god's blood fiend diagram. He couldn't exert the power of a second-level divine body realm cultivator. There was no point in continuing the battle. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao instantly appeared in front of Wang Quan Tianming and stabbed his sword into his head. This time, he didn't miss. Instead, it hit his soul realm. But something strange happened. Wang Quan Tianming's wound spat out a terrifying golden light. Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was pierced. What the hell? The Void God sword emitted an angry aura. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan Tianming and found that he was wrapped in a golden light like a cocoon. He could clearly sense the aura of the dead spirit race from Wang Quan Tianming's body. Could this guy be a dead spirit race cultivator? He stood there, his wound healing quickly. Even though the death chi was rapidly corroding his wounds, it still couldn't keep up with the speed of recovery. This strange change stunned everyone. The people from the Eternal Life Palace were already prepared to make a move. However, when they saw this scene, they stopped. They all looked at the cocoon-like Wang Quan and the heavenly mandate. I really didn't expect that the sovereign spirit diagram actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Wang Quan who was almost killed. This is too surprising. Does this Ling Xiao have an immortal body? No matter how strong Wang Quan and Destiny became, they couldn't do anything to him. What a scary guy. But what's going on with Wang Quan Tianming? His aura seems to be getting stronger. Is he breaking through? Another breakthrough? If he reaches the third level of the divine body realm, then all of Ling Xiao's previous efforts will be wasted. Many people were worried about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, kill him! Yang Shui shouted. No, hurry! Ling Xiao shook his head. It was meaningless to kill Wang Quan Tianming now. It would be even more shocking to kill this guy when he broke through and was proud of himself. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Eternal Life Palace. To be exact, he was looking at Yu Fanghua. Imposter, come up here and die. Ling Xiao's words confused many people. Imposter? Could it be that Yu Fanghua wasn't the real Yu Fanghua? Hee, what makes you think I'm an imposter? Yu Fanghua stood up and slowly walked toward Ling Xiao. What a joke. I'll recognize my woman even if she turns into ashes. Do you think you can confuse me by changing into her appearance? What I hate the most in my life is being teased. Are you going to change back to your original appearance, or are you going to die? Ling Xiao said coldly. When he said this, the people of the golden firmament suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Xiao didn't look excited at all after Yu Fanghua arrived. It turned out that she was just an imposter. Humph, do you think I'm an imposter just because you said I'm an imposter? Yu Fanghua snorted and said, You're just unhappy because I rejected you. You deliberately put a label on me to save your face. Stubborn? You'll soon expose your dirty original appearance. Ling Xiao didn't argue. He walked toward the imposter step by step. No one could joke about the face of the woman he loved and respected the most. No one could. This was his reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die. Die. The imposter suddenly stabbed out with her sword, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. The demonic eye suddenly emitted a terrifying light. At that moment, Yu Fanghua stopped moving. She couldn't move at all. In her eyes, her surroundings were pitch black. Her body was being entangled by countless poisonous snakes, and she was being strangled. In the eyes of the people around her, she was still in the posture of stabbing out with her sword, struggling desperately. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear. Speak, who are you? Where's Fanghua? Ling Xiao stood there, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. If one were to say that he was like a god before, then that would be the case. Then the current him was simply a demon god. Especially his right eye. It was definitely a terrifying demonic eye. Anyone who looked at it would be terrified. Ling Xiao's spiritual realm had already broken through to the third level of the divine body realm. In other words, it was easy for his demonic eye to deal with people at the second level of the divine body realm. The reason why he didn't use it was the same as the supreme gods and the demon lords. If he relied too much on his soul power, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. If his body couldn't improve, his spiritual realm naturally couldn't break through. I'll speak. I beg you to let me go. I know I was wrong. I'm not the real Yu Fanghua. I'm just a fake existence created by the Eternal Palace through the Gemini mystic art. Spare me. I don't want to die. Her words were heard by everyone present. The truth was revealed. Wang Quan's expression was very ugly. He really wanted to stop Ling Xiao. But this time, the Fire Emperor and the others wouldn't give him the chance. Where's Fanghua? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I don't know. I really don't know. The imposter shouted in fear. You don't know? Then go to hell. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He stabbed out with the Void God's sword, and the imposter instantly became a dried corpse. This was the consequence of playing tricks on him. This was the consequence of using his woman's face to cause trouble. The two of them faced each other until the end of the battle. In less than a minute, Zhang Xian had arrived. This imposter was also at the second level of the divine body realm. Although she was much weaker than Wang Quan Tianming. But she was killed by Ling Xiao just like that, which still shocked everyone, including the martial artists from the Golden Sky region. They simply did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao was powerful to this extent. Just when everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao's expression changed. The golden cocoon that wrapped around Wang Quan Tianming shattered. A golden dragon roared out. However, this golden dragon's eyes were filled with a gray aura of death. Mobile version update website. Chapter 46:63. It was obvious that Wang Quan Tianming had not only recovered from his injuries, but his strength had also increased greatly. He had broken through from the second level of the Divine Body Realm to the third level of the Divine Body Realm. Originally, the death of the fake Yufeng Hua made the Eternal Life Palace's martial artists feel somewhat humiliated. However, Wang Quan Tianming's breakthrough had given them hope and something to be proud of. Do you see that, Ling Xiao? You puny ant. No matter what you do, you're still nothing in front of a powerhouse. Wang Quan Tianming roared. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and looked at the golden dragon in the sky. It was Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming's body was bigger than before. He was at least 100 meters tall. He hovered in the sky and looked down at Ling Xiao. You should have chosen to run away. Why didn't you? You know that the gap between our strength has increased. I fell for your trick just now and didn't know that my strength had been weakened. But now, all your hard work has gone to waste. You've exhausted a lot of your strength. However, I'm at my peak now. Puny ant, just crawl on the ground and accept your death. Wang Quan Tianming's question was actually the same as many other martial artists. The third level of the Divine Body Realm and the second level of the Divine Body Realm were two completely different concepts. A third level Divine Body Realm martial artist could easily kill 10 second level Divine Body Realm martial artists. That was the difference. Moreover, Wang Quan Tianming was a beast god martial artist. He would be even more terrifying and powerful after advancing to the next level. Ha ha! Ling Xiao laughed. What are you laughing at? Wang Quan Tianming was furious that Ling Xiao was still laughing at a time like this. This was intolerable. I'm laughing at how no matter how strong you become, you're still an idiot. Have you forgotten your lesson so quickly? Aren't you afraid that the same thing will happen again? Ling Xiao said mockingly, Don't mention it to me. I only underestimated you just now. Of course, I admit that you're very strong. You're the first martial artist of my generation to defeat me after I entered the beast god body. However, everything is different now. Prepare to die. I want to completely destroy you, tear you apart, and leave nothing behind. That's because you're too strange, too terrifying. I'm afraid that you'll become a nuisance if I keep you around. Wang Quan had originally thought that crippling Ling Xiao's cultivation and making Ling Xiao suffer for the rest of his life wasn't a bad idea. But after this battle, he understood. This Ling Xiao was even harder to kill than a cockroach. If he was allowed to live, even if he had already become a cripple, he would not be able to survive. It would also make people unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Are you done? Then you can go die. Ling Xiao suddenly exploded. Many people didn't notice any changes in Ling Xiao. His body shone with the golden light of an emperor. Only the Flame Emperor saw it. The Flame Emperor knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. He was prepared to end this battle once and for all. He didn't want to give Wang Quan any hope. You're courting death. Wang Quan didn't know about this strange change in Ling Xiao's body. He waved his huge claws at Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The martial artists from the Eternal Life Palace also looked at Ling Xiao and felt that this guy was really reckless. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to pounce on her. He was truly courting death. However, in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Ling Zhao's figure directly pierced through the golden dragon. Just one sword. The golden dragon's body suddenly shrank. Wang Quan returned to his true form. In the end, his surprise was sucked dry by the void god's sword. By the time everyone reacted, a dried corpse had fallen to the ground. No. Wang Quan Zhenghua let out an earth-shattering roar. He pounced on his son. To be exact, it was his son's corpse. No one noticed that a gray light had entered Wang Quan Zhenghua's body. Ling Xiao didn't even notice it. You killed Tianming. You killed Tianming. Wang Quan Zhenghua wasn't even this excited when he knew that Wang Quan Zhenghua was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be seen that Wang Quan Zhenghua's position in his heart was much higher than Wang Quan Zhenghua's. So what if I killed him? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan Zhenghua indifferently. He's allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill him. I'm going to kill you and avenge Tianming. Wang Quan Zhenghua's violent aura continued to rise. He finally released his true aura, 4th level divine body realm. Although he wasn't as strong as Fire King, his combat strength was still very terrifying. Kill him? Who dares to kill him? In the distance, a ray of moonlight shot over at an extremely fast speed. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived. Hearing this voice, Ling Zhao's entire body trembled. He was so excited that all the cells in his body were jumping. Fang Hua, the real Yu Fang Hua, had arrived. Ling Zhao's eyes blurred. The difference between a real person and an imposter was indeed too big. Only a real person could make him feel sincere. Big Sister Moon Maiden. Compared to Fang Hua, he preferred to call her Big Sister Moon Maiden. Of course, he wouldn't force Yu Fang Hua to accept this title. After all, Yu Fang Hua had temporarily lost the memories of her previous life. She would only be able to regain these memories after 10 reincarnations. Ling Zhao's feelings were actually very fragile. When the woman that he yearned for appeared in front of him, he was already sobbing. Ling Xiao. The moment Yu Fang Hua landed, she stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked coldly at Wang Quan Zhenghua. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I'll kill you. But he killed my son, your fiancé, Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Zhenghua was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he was a coward. Facing Yu Fang Hua, he didn't dare to do anything. This was because Yu Fang Hua was the daughter of the Eternal Emperor. Whoever hurt her would face the terrifying wrath of the Eternal Heavenly Emperor. So what if I killed him? I never intended to marry Wang Quan Tianming. Moreover, I heard about it before I came here. They had a life and death bet. Life and death are up to fate. Moreover, this bet seems to have been set by you personally. Yu Fanghua said coldly. Wang Quanzheng choked on his words. He could only suffer in silence, unable to say anything. At that time, he really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Until now, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao killed his son Wang Quan Tianming. Seeing that your son is dead, you don't have to kill yourself. Give me your ear studs. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't push your luck. Wang Quanzheng roared. The reputation of the Eternal Palace will be ruined by people like you. You can refuse, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao sneered. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were all righteous people. Their reputation was more important than their lives. If Wang Quanzheng did this for an ear stud, he would really be despised. Even the Eternal Emperor wouldn't let him off. Especially when his son was killed, he didn't seem to have much value anymore. What would the Eternal Emperor do if the Eternal Life Palace caused such a big trouble for him? Here, Wang Quan Zhenghua gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to kill himself. It was just a broken ear stud. He didn't care about it. It was given to him by the previous eternal emperor. Although it was precious, it wasn't a treasure. End of chapter. Chapter 46-64. They watched as Yufanghua completely ignored Wang Quantianming's death and protected Ling Xiao with all her might. The people around them finally understood that the relationship between the two of them was probably real. It was the Eternal Palace who used their power to break them up. Ling Xiao completed a perfect counterattack. From an ant in the eyes of the Eternal Palace to being able to casually kill Wang Quantianming, who was at the third level of the Divine Body realm. He won the beauty's heart. This was practically a miracle. Even a miracle couldn't express this great counterattack. Ling Xiao, are you okay? Yufanghua looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked, I'm fine. You, on the other hand, didn't suffer in the Eternal Palace during this period of time? Ling Xiao grabbed Yufanghua's hand. It was hard to imagine how much pressure this girl had to endure in the Eternal Palace. I wasn't in the Eternal Palace during this period of time. Yufanghua shook her head and said, I've been hiding in a place. This time, it was a friend from the Eternal Palace who told me that something happened to you. That's why I came. She originally wanted to hide until Ling Xiao went to the Eternal Palace to find her and marry her openly. However, when she heard that something happened to Ling Xiao, she hurriedly came out. Even if she was exposed, she couldn't let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao looked fine, and he seemed to have become stronger than before. He could even kill Wang Quantianming. It's been hard on you. Ling Xiao gently wiped Yufanghua's tears with his hand. This woman was actually very strong. Now, she was crying emotionally. Young mistress, you're finally willing to show yourself. A middle-aged woman walked out of the darkness. She had been here all along. Even when Wang Quantianming was killed, she didn't show herself, because she only cared about Yufanghua and only waited here for Yufanghua. And, seeing this woman, Yufanghua couldn't help but smile bitterly. This aunt of hers was one of the 4 experts in the Eternal Palace. She was even more terrifying than Wang Quantianming. The Eternal Emperor only gave her one mission, which was to find Yufanghua and bring her back to the Eternal Palace. Greetings to the Queen of the Heavenly Eye. Eternal Palace martial artists all knelt down. There was a third eye on the woman's forehead. It seemed to be a natural ability. Queen of the Heavenly Eye Yu Qiushui nodded. Then she looked at Yufanghua and said, Fanghua, go back with Aunt. Annie, I will go back, but not now. Yufanghua grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and looked at Yu Qiushui. As the princess of the Eternal Life Palace, if I don't even have the right to pursue my true love, then I would rather not be a princess. Yayu S's Tianming's. Yayu S. He Yayu Yu Yayu. Fanghua had always been obedient to her aunt, but today she was afraid that she would have to disobey her aunt. The Eternal Life Emperor is my father. He has no right to interfere with my marriage. Since the day I was born, I have not seen him 3 times in all. He didn't deserve to be a father. She has never taken care of me, but now she wants to force a marriage on me. Fortunately, Ling Xiao killed that Wang Quantianming. I think father should give up now. Yu Qiushui let out a sigh and said, Good child, don't throw a childish tantrum. You should be very clear. It was pointless for others to change the Thearchus decision. No one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds dared to disobey his orders. Even if Wang Quantianming is dead, the Grand Emperor will still find another man for you. But it was definitely not him. If you go back now, he can still live. But if you are so stubborn, I'm afraid he won't live for long. This was already a threat. Of course, What Yu Qiushui said was also the truth. The Eternal Life Emperor was a very domineering person. Whoever dared to kidnap his woman, the consequences could be imagined. Yu Fanghua lightly shook her head. If he wants me, his only daughter, to die, then so be it. Back then in the western regions, I was forced to make an extremely unwilling decision. This time, I won't compromise. If he wants to kill me, then come and kill me. If he wants to kill Ling Xiao, he will have to step over my dead body first. Someone who never cared about her life and death. What right did he have to interfere with her love? Even if this person was her father, it was still not okay. Hearing Yu Fenghua's words, the surrounding people admired Ling Xiao more and more. He could actually make the Eternal Life Palace's princess love him to death. She didn't even hesitate to offend the Eternal Life Palace and the Eternal Life Emperor. Although they felt that this was a bit foolish and naive, they couldn't help but admire the courage of these two people. Yu Qiushui's expression was very ugly. Wang Quan Jingyi's expression was even uglier. After all, his son's body hadn't even turned cold yet, and this woman was actually whispering sweet nothings to another man. No matter how he put it, he felt very unhappy and humiliated. However, he didn't think that the so-called marriage was just forced on Yu Fanghua by someone. Yu Fanghua had never admitted it. Moreover, Wang Quanjingyi didn't like Yu Fanghua. He only treated Yu Fanghua as a tool to climb up the social ladder. Looking at this golden couple, the people from the Eternal Life Palace really don't know how to flirt. What's wrong with letting them be together? If they succeed, the relationship between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region will be closer. They might even become a force in the future. The Fire Emperor laughed. Yu Qiushui, Wang Quanjingyi, be sensible. Don't be so petty. That's right. Men and women should get married when they are of age. Now, Yu Fanghua and Ling Xiao have already expressed their feelings. You guys are simply demons trying to force them apart. The Eternal Emperor is awesome, but does he dare to look down on our prince? Ling Xiao's current status was already the prince of the Golden Sky region. This wasn't a low status. Ling Xiao grabbed Yu Fenghua's hand and felt very sweet. In his previous life, they were very close. In this life, no one could break them apart. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Yu Fanghua marry someone else. He looked coldly at Yu Qiushui. Senior, go back and tell the Eternal Emperor. Yu Fanghua is my woman, Ling Xiao. I'll kill anyone who dares to marry her. There's no possibility of compromise. I'll say it here today. If anyone wants to die, marry into the Eternal Life Palace. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Quanjingyi is a good example. Shut up, insolent brat. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Yu Qiushui said angrily. Kill me? Hee hee. I'm now the prince of the Golden City. I have so many seniors protecting me. Whether you can even touch me is another matter. Even if it's one-on-one, you might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiushui with contempt. Don't talk nonsense. Soon, I'll bring Fanghua to the Eternal Life Palace to propose marriage. The Eternal Emperor has to agree, whether he's willing or not. It just so happens that I still have a blood debt to settle with him. When these words were said, many people were stunned. This guy was too arrogant. He even dared to provoke the Eternal Emperor. One had to know that even the Flame Emperor trembled when he heard the Eternal Emperor's name, who in the 4 regions and 9 worlds wasn't afraid of him. However, looking at Wang Quan Zhengyi's corpse. However, no one doubted his words. End of chapter. Chapter 46:65. Ling Xiao, this brat, had created such a terrifying miracle today. Then, one day in the future, he might really charge into the Eternal Life Palace. Next, it was the Eternal Life Palace's turn to worry instead. Yu Fanghua looked at Ling Xiao and hugged his arm blissfully. In the past, she would still worry that this man would be killed, because at that time, Ling Xiao was really too weak. But now, she could feel that terrifying to the extreme power contained in Ling Xiao's body. Now, she could finally be together with the man she loved openly. No one could separate them. No matter what happened today, she would bear it together with Ling Xiao. They knew that the Eternal Life Palace's people would not possibly allow them to be together. Even if Yu Qiushui used force, she would definitely bring Yu Fanghua back. But the two of them would not be afraid. The two people's willpower together was incomparably powerful. Yu Qiushui looked at Yu Fanghua and said, "This brat's mouth is full of shameless nonsense. Your father has already exited seclusion now. Do you think he'll give you guys time? Once he arrives, even Huang Jindi can't stop him. You guys still have to be forcefully separated. If he still has the slightest trace of feelings for me, the best thing to do is to bless me and not force me." Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, "It's already at this point. Nothing can make her change her mind, not even death." Yu Qiushui, you heard it all. Don't waste your effort anymore. My woman is ultimately mine. None of you can snatch her away. Even if the Eternal Life Emperor comes, it also won't work. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiushui without any respect anymore. He had already said so much, but these people still insisted on separating them. This made him very angry. Since that's the case, then we can only use force. The Eternal Life Palace's martial artists listened. Don't hurt eldest Mississippi. As for that Ling Xiao, kill him without mercy. Yu Qiushui finally became ruthless. Not a single word was too much. No matter how much they said, it looked like it was also useless. He might as well make a move. The moment Yu Qiushui called for Ling Xiao, all the martial artists in the Eternal Emperor domain started to move. The other forces that were watching the show dispersed one after another. They didn't want to get involved. "Fanghua, you should return to the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fanghua was a sentimental person. Although the Immortal Palace didn't treat her well, she still didn't want to kill the people of the Immortal Palace. "No, I said that I would fight alongside you." Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, "I've been investigating my mother's death, and I've made some progress recently. Her death is most likely related to my father, the Eternal Emperor, although I didn't want to admit it. But this man, there is a 90% chance that he is the one who killed my mother. Perhaps the only person I don't want to kill is my aunt. If it wasn't for my aunt, I'm afraid I would have died at a young age. Other than her, there's no one else in the Eternal Life Palace that I have any feelings for." "Okay, I won't kill your aunt." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Wang Quanzheng, you stop the Fire Emperor. The rest of you stop the martial artists of the Golden Sky region. Don't let them interfere with our work." The reason why Yu Qiushui dared to make a move directly was because they had more experts on their side. Even if all the martial artists of the Golden Sky region made a move, there was still one person left. They still had one free person on their side, and that was Yu Qiushui. Yu Qiushui slowly walked towards Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua. "Fanghua, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this is an order from the Emperor. You know the consequences of not obeying it." She sighed. "I don't want you to hate me, so I won't kill this kid, but you have to go back with me. And have you forgotten how they bullied me in the past? In order to heal my injuries, I had no choice but to hide in the Western region. If I hadn't met Ling Xiao, I might not even know how I died. You want me to abandon the people who love me and be with those who can't wait for me to die? What on earth are you thinking?" The person Yu Fanghua didn't want to be enemies with the most was Yu Qiushui. The Eternal Emperor was right to send her to capture Yu Fanghua. Because you're from the Eternal Palace. You're a human in life and a ghost in death, but you can't leave the Eternal Palace. Yu Qiushui's voice turned cold. Yu Fanghua felt unfamiliar with this voice. I've always protected you and raised you. Now that you've grown up, you want to abandon me? Yu Qiushui said as she walked. Yu Fanghua shook her head. I'll always remember your kindness, but I won't go back today. Since that's the case, I'll have to use force. Yu Qiushui released a terrifying aura belonging to the 5th level of the divine body realm. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also prepared to use the fusion of the 3 martial artists. But at that moment, Yu Qiushui suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Her body was trembling crazily. What's with that ring of yours? Yu Qiushui asked. This one? Ling Xiao thought she was talking about the Dongsheng Emperor ring. No, not that one. It's the ring on your left hand. Yu Qiushui shook her head. Oh, this is what my father left me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You seem to recognize it. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know much about his father in this life. He only knew that he was the true heir of the Eternal Palace, but he was assassinated by his own brother. He was lucky to not die, but he lost almost all his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to a small place like Yuhua Town and become a son-in-law. His father changed his name to Ling Tai, but this was definitely not his real name. Did he die in the end? Back then. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Yu Qiushui suddenly became gentle. Child, do you know the surname of the previous generation's Eternal Emperor? What? His surname is Ling, not you. It's a pity that history has been distorted beyond recognition. Even if someone knows, they don't dare to speak carelessly. The current Eternal Emperor had indeed usurped the throne of the great emperor. It's a pity that very few people know about it. Yu Qiushui sighed and said, My surname is also not you. My surname is Ling, like yours. It's just that I changed my surname in order to survive. As for Fanghua, she's the current Eternal Emperor's flesh and blood. It's a pity that her mother was just a woman forcefully taken by the Eternal Emperor. In order to erase this stain, the Eternal Emperor killed Fanghua's mother, and even wanted Fanghua to die. I could only protect this poor child in secret. When Yu Qiushui said this, she concealed her voice. Ling Xiao directly used martial spirit barrier. He didn't want outsiders to know. This child was later discovered to have extremely high talent. Only then did the Eternal Emperor gradually start to pay attention to her, and betrothed her to Wang Quan Tianming. Yu Qiushui continued. The reason why I risked my life to let Fanghua go back was because I didn't want the Eternal Emperor to kill her in a fit of anger. That person is extremely heartless. He didn't obtain the true eternal seal, so he cultivated another terrifying absolute art of the Eternal Palace, the heartless saint technique. Cultivating this martial art, he became more and more heartless. He basically cut off all 7 emotions. He only maintained 6 desires. He was basically a combination of desires. Chapter 46:66. Go. Go as far as you can. Don't let the eternal heavenly emperor find you. Yu Qiushui looked at Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua and suddenly attacked, injuring herself with a palm strike. I know you're not afraid, but there are some things that you can't imagine. The further you hide, the better. That way, neither you nor the Golden Sky region will be in danger. You don't understand how terrifying the Eternal Emperor is. Ling Xiao sighed. This Yu Qiushui was truly a sentimental person. In order to let them escape, he actually injured himself. What was the point of doing this? In the next moment, Ling Xiao opened the martial spirit barrier and flew away. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Yu Qiushui shouted hoarsely. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua were already heading towards the Beast Deities Alliance. The Beast Deities Union was able to contend with the Board of Patriarchs for so many years in the chaotic desert. The combined forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds couldn't destroy them. Naturally, they had their own strengths. That was perhaps the best place for them to hide. And it just so happened that Ling Xiao was also preparing to make a trip to the immortal ruins to see what the graveyard of the gods looked like, and to find something that belonged to him. If he unleashed the holy ground demonic shadow with all his might, no one would be able to catch up to him. Without the 2 of them, the battle between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region was over. Ling Xiao had escaped. However, he had actually injured Yu Qiushui. This shocked everyone so much that they were dumbfounded. However, they didn't dare to enter the Beast Deities Alliance's territory. Once there was a conflict with the Beast Deities Alliance, it would be a huge problem for the Eternal Emperor region. Ling Xiao immediately went to look for Mo Jiao. After all, he had the demonic flood dragon's keepsake in his hands. Unfortunately, the demonic flood dragon was currently in seclusion. He would probably only come out after 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua were arranged to stay in the guest room temporarily. However, Ling Xiao could still wait for 2 or 3 days. In the room, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua sat hand in hand. The 2 of them did not speak for a long time. They only looked at each other greedily, as if they wanted to engrave each other in their minds forever. After a long time, Yu Fanghua said, "Ling Xiao, I have a lot to say to you. The days when I can't see you are really torturous." "Me too. I miss you day and night." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with happiness. For a moment, he even felt that it would be great if time could stop at this moment. But after all, he was a rational person. Yu Fanghua was not the only person in his life. He still had family, friends, and a country. Moreover, all these things told him that if he wanted to be a free person, he had to have great strength. If he didn't have the strength, he would have died in Yu Hua Divine Sect. If he didn't have the strength, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many good things. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to kill Wang Quan Tianming. Everything was because of strength. If he wanted to obtain true happiness, strength was too important. Of course, he could still indulge for 2 or 3 days. During these 2 days of waiting for Mo Jiao to come out of seclusion, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua really let go. The 2 of them gave their all to each other. They were so intimate that they did not go out for 2 days and 2 nights until someone came to tell them that Mo Jiao had come out of seclusion. The 2 of them hurriedly packed up. In order to avoid trouble, Yu Fanghua hid in the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. At this moment, only Yu Fanghua was left in the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. This time, they left in a hurry, and Dong Huangyu was left in the plaza. But with Fire Emperor and Yang Shui around, Dong Huangyu wouldn't have any trouble. Moreover, this disciple of his was an extremely outstanding genius. Even if she was alone, she could live very well. It wasn't like she couldn't live without him. When Mo Jiao heard that Ling Xiao had come, he was very happy. He hurriedly asked people to prepare wine and dishes. The 2 brothers drank a few cups first, and then started to talk about business. "Brother Ling, you've really been in the limelight this time. You actually destroyed the deep sea dragon region. Impressive." Mo Jiao raised his cup. "Brother, let me toast you." The 2 of them drank for a long time. Mo Jiao stood up and said, "You still don't plan to join our Beast Deities Alliance?" This brat had been thinking about this all along. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice. The Golden Sky region has treated me well. I can't abandon them." Forget it, it's fine to be friends. I'll bring you to see the Alliance leader now. He's also a forthright person, so he probably won't refuse. It's just that there might be a fee to enter the Eternal Ruins. Mo Jiao said. That's only right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He was hiding in the Beast Deities Alliance now. He didn't want to incur the Beast Deities Alliance's hatred. If it was just a fee, it wouldn't matter. After all, they had been guarding the Eternal Ruins. They had to take some money. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Beast Deities Alliance Leader Palace. They met the Beast Deities Alliance Leader. This Alliance Leader was just as Ling Xiao imagined. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that he was a very domineering person. His face was ferocious. Even when he smiled, it gave off a sinister feeling. Don't be afraid. This is the Alliance Leader's appearance. It's the same to everyone. Mo Jiao smiled. Greetings, Beast Deities Alliance Leader. Ling Xiao bowed slightly. After all, the other party was a senior. He still had to be polite. Moreover, he had to trouble someone temporarily this time. He couldn't be reckless. You're welcome. Mo Jiao has already agreed to this small matter. I don't need to ask too much. It's not a problem for him to let his friends enter the Eternal Ruins. However, I heard that you destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region in the Elder Tower. I'm really interested in you. That's why I wanted to see you. You're indeed a talented person. You're also a genuine Beast Deities martial artist. It's a pity that you didn't join the Beast Deities Alliance. Although the Beast Deities Alliance leader looked ferocious, his words were pleasing to the ear. Old man, what are you nagging about? My brother wants to enter the Eternal Ruins. He's not here to listen to your nagging. You've seen him. Moreover, you promised me that you wouldn't make things difficult for him. Mo Jiao said in a carefree manner. You little brat, you're so rude. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Beast Deities Alliance leader shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right, there's nothing else. It's already late. Tomorrow morning, Mo Jiao will bring you into the Eternal Ruins. Go, treat this place as your home. Don't worry. Old man, are you sure? He offended someone from the Eternal Emperor region. Mo Jiao smiled and said, I just received news that this kid actually killed Wang Quantianming. I knew about it earlier than you. The Beast Deities Alliance leader glanced at Ling Xiao, the title of the #1 genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds has changed hands today. The two of you can go back and rest. If anyone from the Beast Deities Alliance finds trouble with you, just tell Mo Jiao. I'll make the decision for you. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Ling Xiao was slightly puzzled. The Beast Deities Alliance Leader was actually so generous. He was actually willing to offend the Eternal Emperor region. For him, Chapter 46-67. Ling Xiao felt that the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance was being too generous, so he was a little suspicious. Maybe I'm overthinking. I shouldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with my own yardstick. He shook his head and suppressed the suspicion in his heart for the time being. However, he still had his guard up. As the saying went, don't harm others, but don't let your guard down. Then, he walked out of the Alliance Master Palace and returned to the guest room to rest. He just had to wait for the Eternal Ruins to enter tomorrow. Things were much simpler than he had imagined. After Ling Xiao left, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance looked at Mo Jiao and said, Kid, don't you think there's something wrong? Old man, you're overthinking things. He just wants to take a look at the Eternal Ruins. After all, the Eternal Ruins is known as the #1 ruin in the chaotic sand ocean. Who doesn't want to go in? Anyway, you usually sell some slots to the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Why are you suspicious when he wants to go in? Mo Jiao frowned. You're too naive. This Ling Xiao is more mysterious than you think. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance said calmly, you should really learn from him. All right, cut the crap. What do you want me to do? Just tell me directly. I'm old, so I know how to be long-winded. Mo Jiao waved his hand. Go with him to the eternal ruins in the name of protection, but in reality, it's your duty to monitor. I want to know what exactly this kid is looking for in the eternal ruins, no matter how I look at it. He doesn't look like someone who would shoot without thinking. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance said. F***CK. Old man, you want me to monitor my friend? I can't do it. Mo Jiao rejected right away. Besides, you have to be clear that Ling Xiao can kill Wang Quan Tianming, who broke through to the 3rd level of the divine body realm. His strength is unfathomable. It won't do the Beast Deities Alliance any good to offend someone like him. Old man, you're only at the 5th level of the divine body realm. To be honest, you might not be his match even if he goes all out. He even injured you, Qiu Shui. Little brat, since when did you have the guts to lecture me? If you don't go, I'll ask Tiger Soul's father to go. Don't blame me if anything happens. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance said, we're not asking you to kill him, we're just entering the eternal ruins together. Look what he's done. You didn't even agree. Are you trying to rebel? Then I'll go. Although Mo Jiao had said that Ling Xiao was very powerful, he had only heard about it and had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't know the truth either. If Tiger Soul's father were to monitor Ling Xiao, there would probably be a bloodbath. He might as well go. Scram, you think I can't deal with you? Bring him in tomorrow morning. The Alliance Master of the Beast Gods Alliance scolded. Mo Jiao made a face before turning around and leaving. Back in the guest room, Ling Xiao did not linger with Yufeng Hua. Instead, he began to cultivate. After being ridiculous for 2 days and 2 nights, it was time to get serious. Yufeng Hua stood guard for him. He began to cultivate the last layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. In fact, Ling Xiao had already collected enough materials to practice the 12 Divine Beast technique. It was just that he didn't have the time to focus on it. Too many things had happened in the past few days. Now, he could finally have some peace. He believed that 1 night was enough. The 12 Divine Beast technique could not be considered a complete technique until it was cultivated to the last layer. Only by cultivating all 12 layers could one unleash the full power of the 12 Divine Beast technique. It wasn't just a small improvement. The 12 beasts were perfectly combined to form a peerless technique. It was called Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. It gathered all the power of the 12 beast gods and allowed the 12 beast god martial souls to work together. It could unleash a power 100 times stronger than before. Even among Saint-class martial arts, it was an extremely terrifying technique. This was the true 12 Divine Beast technique. The attacks that Ling Xiao had used earlier couldn't be counted. Originally, Ling Xiao's most powerful technique should have been the one stance of the god-defying art. However, if he could successfully cultivate the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash and use it together with the god-defying sword, its power would definitely be more terrifying than the one stance. Normally, martial arts would become harder to cultivate as one progressed. However, this was just common sense. For Ling Xiao, the beginning was more difficult. Once he started, the later stages of cultivation would be easy. Hence, it was very easy for him to cultivate. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. Of course, it was just the beginning. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he had to continuously train in actual combat. After cultivation, it was time to cuddle with Yufeng Hua. Ling Xiao didn't want children now, so he took some measures. The lifespan of a martial artist was too long. Every reincarnation could increase one's lifespan by 300 years. It didn't matter if he had children in the future. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao wanted the Moon Maiden to go through 10 reincarnations before asking for the crystallization between them. After all, that was the real Moon Maiden with the memories of 10 reincarnations. Memories that belonged completely to them. When he woke up in the morning, Mo Jiao was already waiting outside. Brother Ling, those guys from the Eternal Emperor region tried to barge into the Beast God Alliance last night, but we chased them out. However, I'll give you a hint. The old man won't sacrifice his brothers in the Beast God Alliance for an outsider like you. Now, it's just some trash from the Eternal Emperor region. He can help you stop them. If the Eternal Emperor comes personally, the old man will definitely give up on you. You understand, right? After entering the Eternal Ruins, it's best to stay for 10 or 20 years. Come out when you have enough power to fight against the Eternal Palace. Mo Jiao said, with a heavy heart, I understand. Ling Xiao didn't hate the Beast God Alliance's leader because he would do the same if it were him. After all, he didn't belong to the Beast God Alliance. Others had no reason and no obligation to shed blood for him. All right, as long as you understand. Come with me. Although I don't know what you're looking for in the Eternal Ruins, I have to remind you that the danger in there isn't inferior to the Death World. After Mo Jiao finished speaking, he started walking forward. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid of danger. Moreover, his current power was much stronger than when he entered the Death World. No matter how scary this place called the Graveyard of the Gods was, it couldn't scare him. Instead, he was thinking about when would he be able to fully awaken the bloodline power and beast soul power of the Sun God? When would he be able to obtain the complete bloodline and beast soul of the Undying God? As the only primitive beast god martial artist in the Black Tortoise continent, he had a unique advantage. However, it was obvious that he hadn't fully utilized this advantage. If he could enter the beast god body like Wang Quantianming, his battle power would increase even more. Perhaps his primitive beast god deity position was too powerful. As a result, he couldn't fully awaken the power of the beast god. He hoped that this trip to the Eternal Ruins would allow him to gain more. He was looking forward to it. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4668. Do you know why the Eternal Ruins is also called the Graveyard of the Gods? Mo Jiao suddenly asked as they chatted on the way. It's probably where the so-called gods are buried. Ling Xiao thought for a while. On the surface, this should be the answer. Actually, we don't know if there are gods or not. But the things buried there are terrifying existences that we have never seen before. There are giant beasts that are hundreds of feet long. There are humans with 3 heads and 6 arms. There are also races that look very strange. They all have the same characteristic, which is that they are very powerful. Even though they have been dead for many years, their aura still makes it hard for us to get close. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Beast Deity Alliance is related to these corpses. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt and listened quietly. He could understand more about the Graveyard of the Gods from Mo Jiao. Rumor has it that the first leader of the Beast Deity Alliance discovered the Graveyard of the Gods. He entered and obtained a powerful high-level beast god position. He used this high-level beast deity position to create the Beast Deity Alliance. Mo Jiao continued, this high-level beast god position was obtained from the corpse of a giant beast. It has been passed down for 3 generations. It has always been inherited by the leader. As for my beast deity martial soul, I only discovered it about 10 years ago. I obtained it from the corpse of another giant beast. The treasures in the Graveyard of the Gods are not magic treasures or techniques. It was this kind of legacy treasure trove, as well as some natural treasures. These powerful existences have been here for a long time, and the environment inside has changed. You will know when you enter later. Mo Jiao's words gave Ling Xiao confidence. Maybe he could find the remains of the beast deity here, but it would be difficult. Although the beast deity alliance was powerful, it was still far from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. So, it was impossible for them to monopolize the eternal ruins. If the Patriarch Society's warriors wanted to enter, they could pay a fee. This could be considered the Beast Deity Alliance's compromise. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, the 4 regions and 9 worlds wouldn't act rashly. This was because the leaders of the Beast Deity Alliance all knew a secret. This secret was the Beast Deity Alliance's greatest reliance. Whoever wanted to destroy the Beast Deity Union would most likely be annihilated. Because of this, the balance had been maintained until now. The Beast Deity Alliance was built at the entrance of the Immortal Ruins. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 2 of them to arrive at the entrance. Just like the World of Souls, there was a giant portal at the entrance. The only difference was that the portal in the World of Souls was gloomy, while this place was filled with the air of primeval times. It made people feel an ancient and powerful existence. There were more than 100 divine physique realm martial artists guarding the area. This was also the majority of the Beast Deity Alliance's elites. However, low-level divine body realm martial artists no longer posed any threat to Ling Xiao. Even his true self could defeat a martial artist at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible to win as long as one's maneuvering was perfect. Furthermore, as his cultivation continued to increase, the difficulty of this task would also become lower and lower. Thinking back to when he had just arrived at the chaotic desert sea, a mere core-shattering realm martial artist was enough to give him a headache. Only a little more than a month had passed. His strength was increasing at a godly speed. Those who knew him would naturally know how terrifying he was. As the young master of the Beast Deity Alliance, no one dared to stop Mo Jiao. With Ling Xiao following him, it could be said that there was no obstruction along the way. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Perhaps he would have to use the fusion of 3. Actually, when he came to the Beast Deity Alliance, he had already prepared for the worst. However, the reality seemed to be easier than he had expected. He arrived in front of the giant portal and felt the strong wind blowing from within. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although he was already very strong now, the fusion of 3 could only be used for half an hour. However, the cooldown time was a full 24 hours. It could save his life during critical moments, but he couldn't use it frequently. In the end, he still had to increase his own strength. It would be best if his cultivation could reach the divine physique echelon. At that time, he would have more confidence when he went to the Eternal Palace. The Graveyard of the Gods is much bigger than the World of Souls, so you have to be mentally prepared. If you really want to find something, you might not be able to find it. Mo Jiao reminded him, "I understand. Let's leave it to fate." Ling Xiao smiled. "All right, go in." Mo Jiao stepped into the portal right away. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. In the momentary darkness, in front of him, there was suddenly light. Ling Xiao almost shouted out loud. The Graveyard of the Gods was really much more beautiful than the World of Souls. The World of Souls gave off a gloomy feeling. However, the Graveyard of the Gods was like a brand new world. There were mountains, rivers, and scenery. Even the sunlight was real. He really didn't know where the sunlight came from. No wonder the Patriarch Society was jealous that the Beast Deity Alliance controlled the Graveyard of the Gods. If I died and was buried in this place, it would also be great. Ling Xiao sighed. You're wrong. According to the records of our Beast Deities Alliance, they once found some written records here. The original graveyard of the gods was a real graveyard. It was desolate and gloomy. There was no such scene at all. However, due to some changes, the scenery here became beautiful. Many martial artists came here not to look for treasures, but to cultivate in seclusion. You have to be careful. Many martial artists came here and never came out. It's not clear whether they're dead or alive. Mo Jiao explained. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. Here, his Tai Chi eye wasn't restricted. He could see up to 10 miles away. Anyway, he couldn't see the end of it. According to Mo Jiao, the Beast Deity Alliance had studied it for thousands of years, but still couldn't figure out how big this place was. Maybe it was bigger than the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, this was just a guess. However, Ling Xiao guessed that this guess wouldn't be wrong. The moment he entered this place, he felt a majestic aura. It was very similar to the feeling he had when he first came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, as expected of the number 1 relic in the chaotic sand ocean. It was even more mysterious than the world of souls. What dangers are there in the graveyard of the gods? Ling Xiao asked. Dangers? It depends on how you want to put it. If you're just here to look at the scenery, there might not be any danger at all. The old man said that the graveyard of the gods is a space with its own consciousness. It can recognize the intentions of those who enter. If you want to destroy the things here, then you'll receive terrifying revenge. There are 2 kinds of things. One is a guardian beast. It's similar to demonic beasts, but it won't take the initiative to attack martial artists, unless you do something bad and disturb the graveyard of the gods. The other is the wrath of the gods. The name sounds mysterious, but to put it bluntly, it's all kinds of inexplicable disasters. It's possible that a large amount of quicksand suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. It's possible that a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It's possible that it's a black storm. In short, all the unlucky things you can imagine can happen here. Mobile version update website. Chapter 46:69. If it's that scary, then what did I do to offend the graveyard of the gods? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If it's just crushing a leaf, then it's naturally fine. But if you break a tree, then the revenge might come. The bigger the mistake you make, the more terrifying the disaster will be. Anyway, the most powerful disaster here is one that even the old man is terrified of. Thus, if you don't have to make a move here, then try your best to endure it. Mo Jiao replied, It seems like I was right to let you in. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew nothing about this place. If Mo Jiao didn't tell him, he really didn't know how many mistakes he would have made. What are you looking for? Why don't I help you look for it? Mo Jiao suddenly said, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's look around first. Although Mo Jiao was his friend, Ling Xiao still wanted to hide some things. Maybe Mo Jiao wouldn't hurt him, but it didn't mean that the Beast Gods Alliance wouldn't. Caution is the parent of safety. He couldn't be careless. Thinking about it, a mere high-level Beast God position gave birth to the Beast Gods Alliance. Moreover, it became a terrifying force that wasn't inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If the Beast Gods Alliance knew that Ling Xiao was here to look for the Sun God and Yu God's relics, it would probably cause a lot of people to go crazy. Mo Jiao didn't ask much. He wasn't stupid. He obviously realized that the thing Ling Xiao was looking for wasn't simple. He sighed helplessly. The old man was his master and also his adoptive father. He couldn't betray him. But Ling Xiao could be considered a friend who had gone through life and death together. Ling Xiao even saved his life. He didn't want to have any conflicts with either side. Forget it. Let's take a look first. Mo Jiao felt a headache coming on. This guy wasn't good at hiding his feelings. Ling Xiao could tell what he was thinking at a glance, but he didn't say anything. He had his own way. When the time came, he could just get rid of Mo Jiao. As long as he didn't let Mo Jiao know what he got, all the problems would be solved. For the time being, he wasn't sure where the thing he was looking for was. But the moment he entered, the Sun God and Yu God's martial spirit had a reaction. It was obvious that there was indeed what he was looking for inside. This could not be faked. He could only wander around aimlessly as long as he didn't destroy anything. There wouldn't be any danger. But sometimes it was really impossible to guard against it. Once, when he was looking around from a high vantage point, he accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. This was troublesome. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It directly bombarded his head and face. Fortunately, his current speed was fast enough, and he easily dodged it. The lightning struck down 9 times in a row before it finally stopped. Ling Xiao was worried that it would continue to bombard him. That would be too troublesome. F***CK, isn't this too accurate? Ling Xiao was speechless. However, after dodging the wrath of the gods, once Ling Xiao actually became bolder. He tried to pick a complete stock of spirit medicine. As a result, a terrifying storm was created. The power of this storm was much stronger than the previous lightning strikes. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. The storm destroyed his body, but it tempered his physical body, and there seemed to be signs of advancement. However, just picking a stock of spirit medicine caused such a huge commotion. He really didn't know what would happen if he snatched the skeleton of a giant beast. Just thinking about it was terrifying. F***CK, kid, you're simply a madman. Are you purposely triggering the wrath of the gods? Mo Jiao started to regret following Ling Xiao. The things that this kid did made him very depressed. The storm just now scared him so much that he fled in a sorry state. It couldn't be helped. His physical body wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's. Wait, there's something strange. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. What's wrong? Mo Jiao didn't have a keen sense of smell like Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but ask, "There's the smell of the dead spirit race." Ling Xiao frowned. Impossible. This is the graveyard of the gods. How can there be the smell of the dead spirit race? The dead spirit race only stays in the world of dead spirits. Mo Jiao shook his head and said, "In these thousands of years, nothing like this has ever happened." Ah. Just as Mo Jiao was shaking his head to deny it, a shrill scream suddenly came from afar. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly rushed forward. About 1 mile away, they found a few corpses of the Beast Gods League's martial artists. The corpses died in an extremely ugly manner. It was as if the dead spirit race had dug out their hearts and lungs. The corpses were a mess. It was disgusting to look at. Fortunately, the two of them had seen many corpses like this in the world of dead spirits, so they didn't have much of a reaction. It's indeed the smell of the dead spirit race, and it's very strong. Ling Xiao frowned. Could it be related to the appearance of the city of no return? After all, nothing like this has happened for thousands of years. It must be a recent change. Mo Jiao didn't think it was possible, but the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. It's possible. When we were in the world of dead spirits, I felt that the dead spirit emperor suddenly disappeared. Do you think it's possible that he came here? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. I'd rather believe that the dead spirit race has always existed here. It's just that they never appeared. Mo Jiao shook his head and said, "After all, this place is too big. No one can be sure." Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and burned the corpses. If they were left to rot here, there would definitely be a big problem. Then, The two of them continued forward. Mo Jiao was more and more certain that Ling Xiao was looking for something. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. This made Mo Jiao feel even more conflicted and awkward. He really regretted following them in. It was painful to carry this troublesome matter on his own. There's someone ahead. Ling Xiao saw a group of people about 10 miles away, and these people seemed to be watching something. From that direction, he could feel the smell of natural treasures, and the quality of those treasures was probably not low. Ling Xiao was an apothecary, so he had to rely on himself to refine his own medicine. Therefore, these natural treasures were very important to him. Let's go take a look. Without waiting for Mo Jiao to say anything, Ling Xiao had already pounced in that direction. Mo Jiao had no choice but to follow. However, Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Mo Jiao suddenly felt powerless. This guy's strength has indeed become stronger. It seems like the matter of him killing Wang Quantianming is true. When they were in the world of souls, Mo Jiao felt that Ling Xiao was strong. However, he thought that he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. But now, he didn't have such confidence. One must know that he was a beast god in the second level of the divine, physique echelon. He was in existence on the same level as Wang Quantianming. Although he hadn't fought with Wang Quantianming before, it should be about the same. The two of them soon arrived near a volcano. On top of the volcano, there was a blazing flame. It looked like a huge lotus flower. Ling Xiao once saw in the eternal divine pill scripture that the lotus on top of the snow mountain was called the snow lotus. The lotus on top of the volcano was the fire lotus. End of chapter. Chapter 4670. Of course, for any kind of treasure, the older it was, the better it was. It's actually a 1,000-year fire lotus. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I already determined the lotus flower's quality and could not help being delighted in his heart. A 1,000-year fire lotus could be used to refine a 1,000-year fire lotus pill. After ordinary people swallowed it, ordinary flames could not hurt them at all. When martial artists swallowed it, it could greatly increase fire resistance and increase the amount of fire attribute true essence or divine essence. It might even prompt a breakthrough. As for Ling Xiao, this thing might not have that great of an effect on him, but it could also greatly increase his potential. Recently, the great battles were endless. Cultivation breakthroughs were rather fast. His potential depletion was also tremendous. There was already only around 10% left. This was a tremendous hidden danger. If it could not be replenished in time, it would be very troublesome. Even cultivation and fighting would be affected, and natural treasures were the best thing to replenish his potential. This 1,000-year fire lotus could probably replenish at least 30% of his potential. Crap, why is it him? Mo Jiao frowned. There were more than a dozen martial artists in front. This was not a problem. They were all martial artists from the Beast Deity Alliance. They had to give him face no matter what. What was troublesome was that leader. He was Tiger Soul's father. Hu Lai. Let's go. Mo Jiao said to Ling Xiao in a low voice. Why? Since he discovered the treasure, how could he not go and fight for it? Moreover, this 1,000-year fire lotus was very important to him. Mo Jiao was just about to explain the reason when Hu Lai suddenly turned his head. Clearly, a martial artist recognized Ling Xiao and already told Hu Lai. A surge of berserk killing intent pounced towards Ling Xiao. Hu Lai glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and said, "You're that murderer who killed my son. Your son attempted to kill me, so I killed him. Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao looked at Hu Lai. The other party's cultivation was on par with Mo Jiao, but his combat power should be inferior to Mo Jiao. he could defeat him. Therefore, he did not have the intention of being afraid at all. It was just that because the other party was a martial artist from the Beast Deity Alliance, he did not want to make a move for the time being. "Fine kid, admitting it is good," Hu Lai sneered and said, "No matter what the reason is, you killed my son is a fact. If I can't tear you to shreds today, I'm not fit to be a father." "Hu Lai, Ling Xiao is the Alliance Master's guest. If you dare to attack him, I won't be polite." Mo Jiao said coldly, "Humph, I don't care whose guest he is. Since he killed my son, he must die." This Hu Lai is a sentimental person, unlike Wang Quanjunhua, who is fickle. However, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao would not let him do as he pleased. He could only fight back. Just as Ling Xiao and Hu Lai were confronting each other, he suddenly felt an evil and cold aura spying on him. This definitely did not come from Hu Lai. This aura was too dangerous. He turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. But that feeling still existed. Somewhere 10 miles away, a black shadow was spying on them. His eyes were scarlet and cold. From his body, one could smell a foul stench. If Ling Xiao were to meet this guy face to face, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This guy was one of the personal guards of the Death Spirit Emperor. Other than special experimental subjects, the personal guards of the Death Spirit Emperor were all ranked according to their number. The smaller the number, the stronger they were. The number on this undead guard was actually 13. In other words, his strength was ranked 13th among the undead guards. Is that Ling Xiao? He actually killed the black and white impermanents. That's my master. I thought that the time to take revenge would have to wait until the Emperor's plan was completed. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come in and die. Undead Guard 13 looked coldly at Ling Xiao in the distance, and he revealed a wisp of ghastly killing intent. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The only thing he felt was that terrifying killing intent. This made him even more certain of his judgment. This damned place definitely had the existence of the undead race. However, he did not know when or how he came in. However, this also served as a reminder for him. Hu Lai didn't make a move in the end. Because of the existence of the demonic flood dragon, Hu Lai realized that even if he made a move, he wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Ling Xiao. The demonic flood dragon would definitely interfere. Since that was the case, he could only look for another opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed that Hu Lai didn't make a move. Although he wouldn't kill him, this was a good opportunity to train his strength. With his current cultivation, his chances of winning against a second-level divine physique echelon martial artist weren't high, perhaps only 20%. Wang Quan Tianming's failure was purely because that idiot was too conceited. It wasn't that he wasn't powerful. Many geniuses who had a smooth journey had that problem. They had never failed before, so once they encountered a setback, they wouldn't be able to display their strength at all. Now, that Ling Xiao's beast god sky-devouring flash had reached the entry level. He really wanted to train in actual combat. After all, this was his strongest move at the moment. "Ling Xiao, if there's any danger, let me out to help," Yu Fenghua said in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Her cultivation had already reached the terrifying third-level divine physique echelon. If she really wanted to help, Hu Lai wouldn't be her match at all. Yu Fenghua was indeed an expert from the primordial era. Even though she had reincarnated, the power in her soul didn't disappear. The genes in her body were also innate. Her cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's and Dong Huang Yueman's at all. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Right at that moment, the flames on the volcano suddenly soared into the sky. Let's do it. Hu Lai also shifted his target to the 1,000-year fire lotus. He headed towards the 1,000-year fire lotus. He waited here for an entire hour for the 1,000-year fire lotus to fully mature. Of course, he had to get it. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao soared into the sky. He pounced towards the treasure, almost side by side, with Hu Lai. Although Ling Xiao was a bit further away, his speed was a bit faster. "Stop him!" Sensing Ling Xiao's intention, Hu Lai roared angrily. Initially, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. However, Ling Xiao's speed was obviously faster than his. This exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he quickly ordered his subordinates to stop Ling Xiao. Among his 15 subordinates, 3 of them were first-level divine physique echelon martial artists. The rest were also half-step divine physique echelon martial artists. Although they might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao, it was definitely possible for them to obstruct Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from getting close to the 1,000-year fire lotus. All of them pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. They really caused some trouble for Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, don't kill them!" Mo Jiao shouted. He knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. If he encountered such a situation, he might start a massacre. However, this was the Beast Deities Alliance's territory. As the young master of the Beast Deities Alliance, he naturally didn't want to see his men die. Moreover, if Ling Xiao killed these people, he might anger the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance. Even if they managed to get out of here, they might not be able to leave the Beast Deities Alliance. Understood. Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill them. He just wanted to knock them out. Chapter 46-71. Knocking someone unconscious was much more difficult than killing them. Burn. Wen Xiao? Say. W. 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 R. A. N. W. E. N. A. Come. After all, he could kill them without any qualms. He couldn't hit them too hard if he knocked them unconscious. But this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. With the Tai Chi Eye, he could use as much strength as he needed and where he needed to attack. Ling Xiao had already transformed into his beast soul, and he was using the universal light tiger beast soul transformation. It could let his speed reach the extreme. During the surprise attack, he directly started the Dragon God Frost formation. A frost divine dragon appeared behind him. The huge formation spread out. The surrounding air instantly froze. Those who pounced toward Ling Xiao were all frozen in an instant. Even Hu Lai was covered in ice shards. One had to know that Ling Xiao's universal light tiger beast soul had already advanced to the first level of the divine body realm. The power of the frost diagram released was naturally not weak, but Hu Lai was a martial artist at the second level of the divine body realm after all. Even if he was frozen, he was able to escape in an instant. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already caught up, and the other martial artists were left far behind. Seeing that his subordinates actually couldn't stop Ling Xiao, Hu Lai was instantly enraged. Anyway, the thing was right behind him. It wouldn't be too late for him to get it after killing Ling Xiao first. Moreover, Mo Jiao wasn't participating in the fight for the 1,000-year fire lotus at this moment. This gave him an excellent opportunity. Of course, it was only because he felt that it was excellent. Suddenly, a huge white wolf appeared behind him. Then he punched out with both fists, and each punch turned into a wolf shadow. A total of 32 wolf shadows pounced toward Ling Xiao. They let out a shocking howl. "You want to stop me with this? What a joke!" Ling Xiao sneered. He could tell that Hu Lai was still underestimating him. Or maybe the other party wanted to save his strength to fight for the 1,000-year fire lotus, so he didn't dare to go all out. Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. Ling Xiao held the East Victory Sky Sword and released the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. A ray of light suddenly shot out. It was like a beast god bullet condensed by 12 beast gods together. But unfortunately, it was only entry-level power, so it wasn't very big. Even so, he was still able to easily destroy the 32 wolf phantoms. It made Hulai. He was a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon, even though this attack wasn't his full strength. However, Ling Xiao was able to easily break through his defenses. He was furious. Bastard! Hulai flew into a rage, his fists once again condensing terrifying divine essence. His power had obviously increased by 30%. It had already reached 70%. The fist that was condensed with 70% of his strength exploded with a loud bang. In that instant, a huge white wolf appeared in front of Hulai. Although there was only one of them, the ferocity of this white wolf was definitely more terrifying than the previous 32 wolves. This Hulai had perfectly combined the white wolf martial spirit with his own martial skill. This move was probably not weaker than the Emperor formation that Wang Quan Tianming once used. This was the terror of the older generation. Although their cultivation was the same, their power was more profound. Under normal circumstances, the older the ancient martial art practitioner, the stronger they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Ling Xiao was an exception. Go to hell. Hulai had no intention of stopping. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. He took out the Void God sword. The other party's attack was so powerful. If he didn't use the Void God sword, he would probably die. Moreover, there was always a terrifying aura spying on him, so he didn't dare to fight. Holding the Void God sword in his hand, Ling Xiao condensed the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash again. Just the first time he used it, his Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash had already reached lesser mastery. Its power had increased greatly, coupled with the fact that he was using the Void God sword. The power increase was even more terrifying. The power of the 12 beasts all condensed on the Void God sword. The power of the beasts formed a circular formation in front of the Void God sword's tip. On each foot of the formation, there was a behemoth. There were a total of 12 beasts. At the center of the formation was a terrifying Tao Tai beast. This was the Tao Tai in the Void God sword. All the power condensed into one. At the core of the formation, a dot of light appeared. That dot of light contained an incomparably terrifying power. Facing Hulai's apocalyptic white wolf fist, the white dot finally grew into a white light, and then it instantly shot out. Even though the Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash was only at lesser mastery, its terrifying power still completely suppressed Hulai's apocalyptic white wolf fist. The sword light instantly tore the white wolf into pieces. Then it pierced through Hulai's body and sent him flying. Even then, it still didn't stop and shot directly into the distant mountain range. It actually blasted the top of a small mountain. This terrifying power gave Hulai a fright. In the distance, Mo Jiao was also dumbstruck. He calculated for a moment. If Ling Xiao used this move to deal with him, he was afraid that he would have to use all his strength to be able to block it, and he would have to be injured. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what he was thinking. He directly grabbed the 1,000-year fire lotus on the volcano and swallowed it in one gulp. His body was a furnace, able to directly refine the most outstanding 1,000-year fire lotus pill, to replenish his body with enough potential. He simply sat cross-legged at the peak of the volcano and digested the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year fire lotus. Hulai didn't die. He wanted to take the opportunity to seize the 1,000-year fire lotus. But right at this time, a hand emitting a fishy smell appeared from the depths of the darkness. Ah! Hulai only had enough time to let out a blood-curdling scream, and no longer had any other reaction. Everyone jumped in fright and looked in that direction. They only saw a terrifying existence dressed in white with a deathly pale face. On his forehead, there was a clear number 13. Undead guards. Mo Jiao shouted in surprise. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who had seen the undead guards. He had seen them too, so he recognized them at a glance. But the strength of this undead guard in front of him was too terrifying. It was actually at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. It was more terrifying than any undead king or undead guard he had seen in the world of souls. He. Undead guard 13 let out a hair-raising laugh. Then he suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Stop! Mo Jiao soared into the sky and punched out with all his strength. He wanted to stop this undead guard from attacking Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao also launched an attack. He had always known about the existence of this undead guard, so when he appeared, the only thing he was surprised about was this guy's strength. Soon, he had already condensed his move. Holding the reverse god sword in his right hand, he once again released the beast god swallowing flash. His other hand, however, activated his vital essence and released the cosmic light divine fist. In that instant, the undead guard's body clearly stiffened for a moment. It was because of this moment that he could only hastily deal with the joint attack of Ling Xiao and Mo Jiao. He was hit by the beast god's sky-swallowing flash and Mo Jiao's fist force at the same time. Even the undead guard, who was in the 3rd level of the divine body realm, felt that it was troublesome. He tore a talisman, and a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet. He escaped in an instant. Chapter 4672. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the undead spirit personal guards caused the atmosphere to suddenly become tense. Everyone knew that the appearance of one undead spirit personal guard meant that more undead spirit personal guards were here. That would be a very scary thing. Pass down the order. All martial artists below the divine physique tier are to leave the graveyard of the gods immediately, quickly. Mo Jiao hurriedly said to the martial artists of the beast gods union beside him. Yes, these people didn't have time to feel sad. Compared to Ling Xiao, the undead spirit race was obviously more terrifying. After these people left, Mo Jiao's brows were tightly knitted. Brother Ling, I'm afraid I can't search for things with you. The appearance of the undead spirit race could cause great harm to the beast gods union. I have to go and rescue them and try to minimize the losses. I'll help too. If we meet anyone who needs help on the way, I'll try my best to solve their problems. Ling Xiao owed Mo Jiao a favor, so it was only right for him to help. I just don't know how these undead spirit race entered the graveyard of the gods. Could it be that they snuck in through the entrance? Or perhaps there's another entrance. My mind is really in a mess now. It's useless to think about this. No matter what, they've already entered. I just hope they don't attack the Beast Gods Union. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Mo Jiao sighed. Brother Ling, you have to be careful. I'll leave first. You be careful too. If you need help, contact them quickly. Use the sound transmission talisman. Even if I can't find what I want, I'll come and help. Ling Xiao had always been a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Although he had to find the remains of the sun god and young god, he had to have a conscience. If it weren't for Mo Jiao, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter the graveyard of the gods. Moreover, Mo Jiao obviously treated him as a friend. Between friends, there was no reason not to help. Mo Jiao nodded and turned to leave. Ling Xiao didn't stay, either. He continued to head deeper into the graveyard of the gods. Yu Fanghua wanted to help, but Ling Xiao refused. There was no need for that at the moment. If he was alone, some things would be more convenient. Anyway, Yu Fenghua could chat with him in the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring, so he was not too lonely. Along the way, he encountered several groups of Beast Gods League martial practitioners who had been attacked by the dead spirit race. They had all stepped in to save him. Although this would delay him for some time, he didn't care. After rescuing these people, he told them to hurry out and report to the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance as soon as possible. He continued to move forward. About an hour later, Yu Shun and Sun God Beast Souls actually reacted. Ling Xiao looked in a certain direction. The strong feeling came from that location. But at the same time, he also felt an extremely terrifying undead aura from that location. If it were anyone else, they would probably hesitate whether or not to go. However, Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and headed straight in that direction. The further they went in that direction, the fewer martial artists there were from the Beast Deities Alliance. In the end, they simply never met again. It was likely that many people had also sensed the terrifying aura of the undead spirit clan, so they had chosen to flee. This was a smart choice. That direction was very far, about 1,000 miles or so. If it was a mortal, who knew how many days it would take to reach there? But it was different for martial practitioners. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived near that location. This place looked like a huge graveyard. Outside the graveyard, there was a huge skeleton that looked like a mountain range. It looked like some kind of giant beast. However, Ling Xiao couldn't tell what it was. This skeleton seemed to be alive as it stood there. Its two empty eyes seemed to be able to speak. A terrifying aura came from the skeleton. It made one's heart palpitate, even though Ling Xiao was already very strong now. Facing this huge skeleton, he was still trembling with fear. Suddenly, he saw a small black dot. Compared to the huge skeleton, this was just a small black dot. Looking carefully, it was actually the undead spirit guard 13, who had attacked them previously. This guy was really fast. He actually arrived here before Ling Xiao. Could it be that the undead spirit emperor is also here to look for the relics of Yu Shun and Sun God? Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. A mere high-level beast god position was enough to make the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds go crazy. Primordial god position. Who knew how many people would go crazy? The reason why people didn't care about Ling Xiao's identity as a beast god was because they felt that Ling Xiao was only a low or middle-level god position. After all, Ling Xiao's beast spirit transformation didn't have the original characteristics of the 12 beast gods. Instead, it was replaced by other beast spirits. This caused everyone to be confused. If the undead spirit emperor was really looking for the relics of Yu Shun and Sun God, then they could only fight. These things he would definitely not give up to others. Even if he gave away the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, he wouldn't give it up. This was the foundation of his strength. Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Yu Fenghua also felt the aura of the undead spirit guard and couldn't help but ask, "Wait first." Ling Xiao was a madman in cultivation. After the battle with Wang Quan and Tian Ming, his cultivation rose to the 6th level of the core-shattering realm. But he felt that it was far from enough. He needed to become stronger. Perhaps this undead guard 13 would be a good stepping stone for him. He planned to try first. If he really couldn't win, then he would rely on the Void God's sword or the 3 sovereigns to end the battle. The moment he landed, Ling Xiao released the martial spirit barrier. It completely covered the surroundings. In this case, it wouldn't be so easy for undead spirit guard 13 to escape. "It's you." The moment he saw Ling Xiao, undead spirit guard 13 seemed to be shocked. "Why are you here? Do you know the secret of this place?" Ling Xiao was surprised, but he didn't show it on the surface. Undead spirit guard 13 might not be talking about the relics of Yushun and Sun God. Perhaps it was this skeleton, or perhaps it was some other treasure. He didn't need to scare himself. Moreover, the undead spirit emperor would definitely come personally for precious treasures like the relics of Yushun and Sun God. Why would he send a personal guard? Wasn't he afraid that the things would be taken by this personal guard? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gradually calmed down. He used the Tai Chi eye to look around and found that there was a black crystal in the skull of this corpse. This crystal was round and emitted a powerful undead aura. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Perhaps the other party was after this thing. Of course I know. Don't you want the black crystal in this skeleton? The moment Ling Xiao spoke, he used the holy ground demonic shadow to reach the head of the corpse and grabbed the black crystal. When he touched it, a powerful undead aura seeped into his body. The demon ancestor's incarnation seemed to be very excited. Here you go. Ling Xiao used the black crystal on the demon ancestor's incarnation. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4673. The demon lord was bathed in the black light. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. When the light disappeared, the demon lord's strength would increase again. Bastard! How dare you steal the dead soul stone that our emperor wants? Undead Guard 13 was furious. Ling Xiao smiled. He had guessed correctly. He heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that he had the primeval god position was as troublesome as having the mountain river martial soul. Once the outside world knew about it, he would be hunted down all over the world. The Dead Soul Stone was a crystal formed by the soul power of a dead martial artist or demon beast. If used properly, it could not only increase the cultivation of the martial artist of the undead race, but also increase the soul power. The undead emperor probably wanted to use it to recover his strength. So what if I stole it? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao looked at Undead Guard 13 and sneered. When we were in the world of undead, your undead emperor took good care of me. If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now. I haven't settled the score yet. You, Undead Guard 13 said in disdain. If you and the young master of the Beast Deity Alliance work together, I would be a little scared. But you're just here to die. Is that so? Then let's try it. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no need to hide it in this place. After all, there was no one else other than Undead Guard 13. Releasing the Sky Tyrant martial soul was much more powerful than possessing the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was the best way to use it. After using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it was the Sun God's blood formation. This was Ling Xiao's routine when dealing with divine physique realm martial artists. The second level of the bloody rat increased his combat strength tenfold. The bloodthirsty rat was released at the same time. But this time, Ling Xiao took out the Void God's sword immediately. Undead Guard 13 could not be blamed for showing off. The key was that he was a terrifying existence in the third level of the divine physique realm. His strength was even more terrifying than Wang Quantianming after his breakthrough. He could not be too careless. Go to hell, brat. Several black chains appeared in Undead Guard 13's hands. The chain danced in the air as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Those chains were like a part of his body, and he was able to manipulate them with great agility. Moreover, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura of death. Ling Xiao gripped the Void God's sword and coldly watched as the chains shot towards him. He began to condense the beast god, heaven-swallowing flash. He wanted to cultivate the beast god, heaven-devouring flash to perfection as soon as possible, or even the transformative realm. Only then could the power of this move be fully unleashed. The violent sword chi was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky as it pounced towards the chains. Crack, crack, bang, bang. The sword energy and the chain met. The chains were cut off inch by inch. Other than the terrifying power of the beast god, heaven-devouring flash, Ling Xiao also discovered an interesting thing. The Void God sword seemed to have a restraining effect on the undead spirit race. The undead's aura was extremely afraid of the Void God sword. No wonder the undead emperor wanted this sword. It seems like this sword is his nemesis. Hee, luckily I got it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome if the Death Spirit Emperor obtained it? What? Undead Guard 13 showed a surprised expression. Looking at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand, he was really frightened. Void-shattering finger. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao took advantage of Undead Guard 13's moment of shock to use the void-shattering finger with his left hand. The attack arrived almost at the same time as the beast god, heaven-devouring flash. The beast god, heaven-devouring flash shattered the chains. Shattering the void caused Undead Guard 13's body to distort and deform. But perhaps the opponent was too strong. He couldn't shatter it. I'm going to kill you. Undead Guard 13 was obviously furious. He couldn't bear being injured by a warrior in the core fragmentation realm. His mouth, which was originally open, suddenly opened wide. It was extremely huge. Then a terrifying black energy condensed in it. Dead Soul Flash. Swish. The black energy was like a black light that shot out instantly. It was so fast that it was like teleportation. Even Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge. He was directly hit by the black light. This frightening Dead Soul's flash was extremely powerful. After all, Ling Xiao had a physical body that was equivalent to 8 dragon tattoos. It was actually shattered by this Dead Soul flash. Ling Xiao avoided his head at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would probably have to use life backtrack or rising from the ashes. A divine body third level warrior was indeed terrifying. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. Let's hurry up and finish the battle. Otherwise, I'll really die. Even though the opponent's attack had increased Ling Xiao's energy C from 0 to 50%, Ling Xiao's energy C was still extremely weak. It could be said that it was an increase faster than light. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to take such a risk. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be other undead guards appearing later? After he decided not to play anymore, his body suddenly changed into the god body. The divine power that erupted from the god body could cause greater damage to the undead race. Beast God Heaven-Devouring Flash. It was also the Beast God Heaven-Devouring Flash. But when it was used by the god body, its power was simply overwhelming. Undead Guard 13 was still proud when he was directly wiped out by the light. Its power was even more terrifying than the Dead Soul Flash. After confirming that Undead Guard 13 was completely dead, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation had increased a lot just now, but his potential had also been depleted by nearly 10%. He had to replenish it again. He walked over and used the Void God sword to completely absorb the remaining energy of the undead guard in the air. He also absorbed the energy of the huge skeleton. The energy of the huge skeleton was simply too terrifying. Not only did it instantly replenish his true origin, but it also completely replenished his potential. At the same time, the upper limit of his potential was also greatly increased. It was basically equivalent to the total amount of Divine Body 6th level warrior's Divine Body 3rd level warrior. But because of this, he also provoked the graveyard of the gods and attracted the wrath of the gods. The wrath of the gods this time was too terrifying. Ling Xiao had to use all his strength to block it. He even invited the gods and sovereigns. He almost died. Looks like I can't just casually absorb the energy of these skeletons. Seeing that the surrounding terrain had been changed by the wrath of the gods just now and had become a mess, Ling Xiao was really scared. He sat there and ate a lot of healing and recovery elixirs. Anyway, he never lacked elixirs. Then he began to rest and recover. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up again and looked at the bottom of the skeleton that had completely disappeared. There was actually a strange pattern. This is the world within a world. The voice of the Yuan venerate sounded. The world within a world may be a good thing, but it may also be a disaster. Master can't help you avoid the disaster. You decide for yourself. Who cares if it's dangerous or lucky? Let's go in first. Ling Xiao believed that the reaction of Yushin and the sun god beast spirit was definitely not fake. Therefore, there might be danger in this world within a world, but there were definitely more opportunities. He must not miss it. All right, Master will help you break this teleportation array. Seeing that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, the Yuan venerate stopped persuading him. After all, he had always seen Ling Xiao's growth and how tenacious Ling Xiao was. He would not die because of this little trouble. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4674. Thanks to the efforts of the Yuan venerate, the teleportation array was reactivated. The teleportation array, which was shining with a faint blue light, was mysterious and strange. No one knew where it would lead to. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva. He finally stepped into the teleportation array. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as a ray of light completely enveloped him. Ling Xiao lost his vision. His surroundings were pitch black. However, this situation only lasted for about 2 seconds. After that, Ling Xiao found himself in a room. This room was almost no different from an ordinary room. However, there was a person sitting at the table in the room who was particularly conspicuous. This person exuded a bloody and murderous aura from head to toe. He was clearly dead. However, his physical body was not damaged at all. If Ling Xiao did not have the Taiji eye, he would not have thought that he was dead. Just as he was about to approach that person and observe carefully, the eyes of that person suddenly opened. Suddenly, the body that was supposed to be dead opened its eyes. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had completely changed. In front of him was no longer a small house, but a huge palace. Above the palace sat a person who was exactly the same as the person he had seen in the room. However, this person was alive. You're finally here, child of the prophecy. That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. However, because of his ferocious appearance, his smile actually looked a little sinister. Let the girl in your Dong Sheng Emperor ring come out too. This was the first time someone had seen that there was someone in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao frowned and let Yufeng Hua out. Although the person in front of him had a murderous aura, it was not targeted at him. It was only formed because of cultivation. You are indeed the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. That person glanced at her and said with a smile, although you can't awaken the memories of your past life, I can still help you. However, I can help you awaken the power of your past life. This power can make you incomparably powerful. Are you willing to accept it? Yes. Yu Fenghua agreed, without hesitation. Ling Xiao had told her about reincarnation before. She was convinced she could become even stronger. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. As his elder sister, she felt that she had an obligation to do so. At the very least, he couldn't let Ling Xiao risk his life for him while he couldn't do anything. All right. The man nodded and pointed his finger. A ray of light shot towards Yu Fenghua's forehead. A moment later, a full moon appeared behind you, Fanghua. It was cold and dazzling. This power will be continuously released as you cultivate. Thus, your cultivation speed will be much faster than others. After all, your physical body is still relatively weak, and you can't release all of your power at once. That way, you will die, that person explained. Yu Fanghua nodded. She could clearly feel how powerful she had become. He had directly advanced to the third level of the divine physique echelon. The most terrifying thing was that there seemed to be energy constantly leaking out from his body. This kind of energy could definitely turn her into a powerhouse in a short period of time. All right, back to the topic. It's time to talk about me, the child of prophecy. That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. You must be very confused about who I am and why I exist here, right? I can tell you now. I am the sun god. The corpse you saw in the small house just now is my complete physical body. The physical body contains the blood of inheritance. Only by fusing it with my beast soul can I obtain the complete inheritance of the sun god. You will benefit immensely. As expected. Actually, Ling Xiao had already guessed this from the moment he entered. This was because the aura on this person was too similar to the sun god. You must know about the eternal desert, right? The sun god suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Just as they guessed, I, including the other 11 siblings, are the 12 divine beasts. The 12 beast gods you speak of all came from the depths of the eternal desert. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, the divine quilt interrupted him. Just listen quietly. I'm only using the remnants of my strength to talk to you. I can't stay for long. There are some things that I must explain to you clearly. So listen to me. Ling Xiao nodded. The sun god continued. In the depths of the eternal desert, there is a place much bigger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You humans call it the Eternal City, but the correct name is the Eternal Kingdom. And I was born in one of the 12 holy cities of the Eternal Kingdom, the Sacred Blood City. Although they were both holy cities, Ling Xiao knew that the 3,000 holy cities of the Golden Sky Domain were trash in front of the Sacred Blood City. There was no comparison at all. In the Sacred Blood City, I became the strongest person and the Lord of the Holy City. The people of the world gave me the title Emperor of Massacre. Of course, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds still like to call me the Lord of the Beast God. The man's face was full of pride as he spoke. After all, he was the Emperor of Massacre, the Lord of the Eternal Kingdom's Sacred Blood City. Ling Xiao didn't disturb him and just listened quietly. He was also very curious about what the rumored Eternal Kingdom was like. What exactly had happened to the sun god? The Eternal Kingdom didn't have an emperor or anything like that. The 12 great emperors of the holy cities jointly managed it. So, in that place, I was the strongest ruler. With one sentence, I could change the color of heaven and earth. I could make everyone bow their heads and listen to my orders. I was very proud of this, until one day I suddenly realized that we were revered as gods by the humans of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But we were just playthings raised by others. I almost went crazy. I wanted to pursue the truth. So, together with the other 11 great emperors, I pursued the secret of this world. I hoped to find the secret of those who called themselves the ancient race. Ling Xiao's breathing suddenly became hurried. It was hard to imagine. The eternal desert itself was already very mysterious and terrifying, but those people who were revered as gods of the Black Tortoise Continent were just other people's pets, even slaves. What kind of existence was this ancient race? Where were they? When Ling Xiao thought that he was about to reach the peak of the Black Tortoise Continent, he suddenly realized something. It turned out that this world was even more terrifying than he imagined. He gritted his teeth and didn't give up because of this. Whether it was the gods or the ancient race, he had to try to get in touch with them. If he couldn't even solve these secrets, how could he talk about unifying the mystic world? Did you succeed? Ling Shao couldn't help but ask. The sun god smiled bitterly and shook his head. We failed. All 12 of us failed. We were even sowed discord by the ancient race. The 12 of us fought to the death for the so-called laughable position of the Lord of the Beast God. In the end, I was the only one who survived the internal strife. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4675. When I dragged my exhausted body back to the kingdom of eternal life, I discovered that everything had changed. Under the incitement of the ancient race, I was treated as a traitor of the kingdom of eternity. I was treated as an enemy. They said that I was disrespectful to the heavens and the gods. Right, you treated us as gods, but the people of my place treated the ancient race as gods. They tied me to the execution rack and wanted to execute me, but they didn't know that I had become extremely powerful, even more powerful than some of the ancient race. I also saw some secrets of the ancient race and was about to unveil their ugly masks. On the day of the execution, I tore apart the god that descended from the heavens in front of everyone. They were terrified, but I also knew that my life was coming to an end. So I used the last of my strength to escape and left behind a lot of guidance for you, child of prophecy, although I didn't know if you would succeed. I've been waiting here all this time. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Why am I the child of prophecy? Ling Shao asked. The child of prophecy smiled. The child of prophecy isn't a specific person. It's because you brought the primordial throne of the 12 beast gods here. So you are the child of prophecy. Do you understand? I understand. Ling Shao nodded. The child of prophecy took a deep breath, and his figure gradually became blurry. Child of prophecy, I don't have much time left. Remember, if one day you go to the kingdom of eternity or even the holy blood city, don't say that you know me. Otherwise, you'll become a target of public criticism. Have you never thought of revenge? The kingdom of eternity was originally your place of protection. However, those who were under your protection wanted to kill you because of some inexplicable god. Don't you have any hatred? Ling Shao asked. To be honest, at the beginning, I wanted nothing more than to destroy the kingdom of eternity. But thinking about it, those people were just ignorant and fearful. They were afraid of the ancient race because the ancient race was the true culprit. If you want revenge, you should go to the ancient race. The child of prophecy said, I don't have the qualifications to ask you to help me take revenge. I only ask you one thing. If my family is still alive, help them if you can. The only people I've let down in my life are them. Even under those circumstances, they still believed in me and supported me. Of course, my family only refers to my parents, wife, and daughter. It is not that heartless family. I understand. Ling Shao had never liked owing favors. If he didn't have his own protection, he wouldn't have been able to survive until today. The sun god's divine abilities had helped him overcome many difficulties and dangers. Senior, don't worry. I will make sure the people of the everlasting kingdom understand that everything you've done is for their sake. You just don't want them to continue being toys of the ancient race. As for the ancient race, I will find them and complete the unfinished business of the senior. Of course, this wasn't just for the sake of the senior. It's also for myself. Ling Zhao's great ambition was to unify the profound world, and the existence of this ancient clan was like a mountain in his path of unification. If he couldn't move the mountain, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The child of prophecy, as expected of the child of prophecy. The sun god smiled and said, "Do as you wish. Don't worry about what I said. I will become the soul of the sun god beast and protect you until you leave the black tortoise continent." Understood. Ling Shao nodded. He wouldn't go back on his word. The sun god's guidance was the path he wanted to take. It was a perfect fit. Oh, right. I need to remind you of something. After the disturbance we caused, the ancient race's supervision of the everlasting kingdom will be even stricter. What you're about to do will be far more difficult than you think. You must be careful. Before you have enough strength, don't reveal your thoughts. Remember, the sun god reminded. This junior will keep it in mind. Ling Shao nodded. All right, it's about time for me to leave. The thing you're looking for here is my heritage blood. After this illusion disappears, you will be able to obtain it from my physical body. As for my physical body, I will cremate it and bring the ashes back to my hometown, scattering them on the ground there. I also want to return to my roots. As for the other 11 great emperors' heritage blood, I brought them back along with their bodies. They should be in their respective holy cities. It won't be easy to obtain them. However, I have a part of Yu Shun's remnant soul. You can replenish her beast soul first. There's still time to look for the heritage blood later. Just a portion of the heritage blood will be enough for you to benefit immensely. I understand. Ling Shao wasn't a greedy person. Being able to find the heritage blood of the sun god was already the greatest gain. Also, take good care of the white jade cat on you. That thing is very important to you. The sun god suddenly said, "White jade cat? Senior, do you know what that is? Is it really a puppet cat?" Ling Shao asked. "I'm not sure about that." The sun god shook his head and said, "To be honest, I've already noticed its existence when you came in. It's indeed a puppet, but it's the most perfect puppet I've ever seen. Its aura reminds me of the ancient race. Perhaps it's something from the ancient race's world. It's very mysterious. If you want to inherit the heritage blood of the beast god, then it might be able to help you. As for whether it has any other functions, I don't know. In fact, I've met this little guy before. Because of its existence, I became the master of the beast god. I became the strongest great emperor, and my strength surpassed some ancient races. But unfortunately, I didn't know what it was even after studying it for a long time. I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out yourself. So this little guy is actually so mysterious. Ling Shao secretly clicked his tongue. One must know that he almost wanted to give this little guy to others to raise. This little guy's appetite was too big. He had to rely on spirit stones to feed it, and only good ones. But after hearing the sun god's words, it was fortunate that he didn't give it to others. This little guy was very important for him to fuse with the heritage blood of the beast god. It was worth it no matter how many spirit stones he used to feed it. Anyway, he didn't lack spirit stones now. There's one more thing you have to remember. This heritage blood isn't mine. It's also something I inherited from the previous great emperor. So, I might be the sun god in your hearts, but I'm not the real sun god. The 12 beast gods might be existences above the ancient race. We only inherited a drop of their heritage blood, and we already have the ability to fight against the ancient race. Can you imagine how terrifying their real bodies are? The sun god, or more accurately, the great emperor of massacre, continued. The 12 of us each inherited a type of heritage blood. If you alone have 12 types of heritage blood, then even the ancient race won't be your match. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4676. Are there only 12 holy cities in the country of eternity? Ling Shao wanted to get to the bottom of this. No, the country of eternity is basically a country formed by heritage blood. Other than the 12 holy cities, there are many other cities and sections. However, only the 12 holy cities have the most elite heritage blood of the primeval beast god. Therefore, the 12 holy cities are not only the strongest forces in the country of eternity, but also the strongest. Unless they fall, it's almost impossible for them to be destroyed. The Massacre Emperor explained, "I see. They are indeed powerful. Are you still confident?" The Massacre Emperor asked with a smile. Of course. If they were afraid of the country of eternity, how could the ancient race fight against them? How could they step out of the black tortoise mainland? When had Ling Shao ever been afraid? Good, I didn't misjudge you. The Massacre Emperor laughed. I'm going to disappear. The things I left for you are in the hut. Take good care of them. His figure became fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Ling Shao returned to the hut. It was the same scene, but he saw 2 streams of tears flowing down from the body. Ling Shao bowed deeply 3 times from the body and said, "Massacre Emperor, I will let your name spread throughout the country of eternity." After saying that, he walked closer to the corpse. After touching it lightly, a drop of inherited blood shot out and entered his body. It began to fuse with the primeval beast god. However, the powerful heritage blood of the primeval beast god could not be suppressed. At this moment, the white jade-like kitten's eyes actually flickered with ancient incantations. A mechanical voice came from its mouth. Heritage blood discovered. Beginning fusion. Because the host is too weak, most of the power will be suppressed and released slowly. As these voices rang out, Ling Shao immediately felt the swelling pain, as if he was about to explode, disappear. Originally, the power of the heritage blood was released fiercely like a flood. However, at this moment, it was like a small stream. His body did not feel so uncomfortable. This white jade cat is indeed not ordinary. Ling Shao stroked the cat's soft fur. It was worth the large amount of spiritual stones he had spent to feed it. It was really effective. There was no need to worry about the legacy blood. The quantitative change would naturally develop into a qualitative change. He began to look through the rest of the things in the hut. The Massacre Emperor had said that although he had been captured, many of his things had been snatched away. But when he escaped, he managed to bring some things with him. The first item was the last piece of the puzzle of Yu Shun's broken soul. It was kept in a glass bottle by the Massacre Emperor. Ling Shao absorbed it completely. After absorbing it, he could clearly feel that the Yu God Beast soul had become stronger. Not only that, but the 2 sacred arts under the Yu Shen Beast soul had also become stronger. It turned out that life reversal required one to immediately revive 10 seconds after death. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. But now, with the complete Yu God Beast soul, this time was extended to half an hour. This way, it would be more controllable and safer. The cooldown time had also been reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours. The cooldown on other people had also been reduced from 30 hours to 20 hours. The Cosmic Light God Fist only had 1 move. Now, just like the Void-Shattering Finger, it had 3 layers. The first level was to stop time, the second level was to reverse time, and the third level was to control the future. And its power had obviously become stronger. Other than the Yu God's broken soul, Ling Shao also found a sword in the small room. A sword that was nurturing a terrifying killing intent. The sword's name was Crimson Blood Demon Sword. This sword could not be upgraded like the Reverse God Sword, but the aura it released was as terrifying as the Reverse God Sword. This was a blood-red long sword. It was not as exaggerated as the Reverse God Sword, but it was terrifying. There were no dragon patterns on the sword, so he did not know what grade it was. Perhaps he did not even have the qualifications to know. Ling Xiao smiled. He stretched out his hand to grab the hilt of the crimson blood demon sword, and a magical scene appeared. On the sword, a dragon pattern actually appeared, and when he picked up the sword, he could immediately connect with it. It seemed that the Massacre Emperor had really put in a lot of effort to let him control this sword. Ling Xiao transformed into the Emperor physique, and the number of dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon sword suddenly increased to 6. So that's how it is. It can actually display its power according to the wielder's strength. But this dragon pattern seems to be a bit strong. Ling Xiao returned to his original body, took out a 4-dragon pattern emperor weapon, which was also a sword, and clashed with the Crimson Blood Demon sword. In just an instant, the monarch armament with 4 dragon inscriptions shattered like paper. What domineering power! As expected, my feeling was not wrong. Although there is only 1 dragon pattern, the material of the sword itself has not changed. Its sharpness is incomparable to other weapons. Moreover, one of the dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon sword was different from ordinary dragon patterns upon closer inspection. Other Emperor weapons' dragon patterns do not have claws, but this one has 5 claws, and the dragon pattern is even brighter. Basically, its power is equivalent to 10 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao observed very carefully. The Tai Chi I gave him a lot of help, allowing him to easily determine the power of this thing. Even the reverse god sword is not as terrifying as this sword. It's better to use it sparingly. After all, this is the Massacre Emperor's weapon. Ling Xiao put away the Crimson Blood Demon sword, and then burned the Massacre Emperor's body with a mortal fire. He put away the ashes. Although this physical body was incomparably powerful and was very tempting to him, it was still very tempting. However, he still had a bottom line. He would not use the Massacre Emperor's body to play tricks. The moment he burned the body, a teleportation array appeared in the small room. Obviously, it was to send him out. Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly outside. The aura of the undead race was even stronger. This made Ling Xiao frown. Yu Fanghua was now adapting to her new power in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. He did not want to disturb her. Therefore, he headed towards the exit. Ling Xiao, if you can hear my voice, then run away quickly. An existence more terrifying than Undead Guard 13 has appeared. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from the voice transmission talisman. The voice came 3 minutes ago. I can't hear it below, so I saved it. I wonder how Mo Jiao is doing. Ling Xiao was a little anxious. He locked onto Mo Jiao's coordinates with the voice transmission talisman, then used the Holy Ground demonic shadow to quickly find him. Mo Jiao. 20 minutes later, he found Mo Jiao. But at this moment, Mo Jiao was no longer alive. His body had been torn into a mess, and pieces were all over the ground. He was already completely dead. Damn it, there was no undead race nearby. Probably because Mo Jiao was already dead, the undead race no longer paid attention to him. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4677. Life Rewind. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and used Life Rewind on Mo Jiao. Fortunately, the effect of Life Rewind increased this time. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Mo Jiao if he had to use it 10 seconds after death. Now, 24 minutes had passed. As long as it did not take more than half an hour, Mo Jiao could be saved. A large amount of true yuan was used on Life Rewind. About 10 minutes later, Mo Jiao, who had been torn into pieces, miraculously revived. Moreover, there was not a single wound on his body. Ling Xiao, am I not dead? The moment Mo Jiao revived, he was stunned. Sorry, brother. I'm late. Ling Xiao sighed. You saved me. No matter how stupid Mo Jiao was, he could guess this. I hope you won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Am I, Mo Jiao, such a bad person? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mo Jiao shook his head. At the same time, he made another decision. He could not betray a brother like Ling Xiao. Even if he was not loyal to the old man, it did not matter. After all, the old man had nothing to lose. What the hell happened? Ling Xiao asked. It's a long story. You guessed it right. The undead race had all descended to the graveyard of the gods. I even saw the undead emperor. However, he called himself Lotus Flower. Mo Jiao smiled bitterly. He was too powerful. He killed me with one move. I don't know what happened after that. What did you say? Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. That's right. If I can cultivate 3 of them, then Emperor Lianhua must also have 3 of them. The undead emperor should only be one of his avatars. He must have come to the graveyard of the gods to find another avatar. In an instant, everything seemed to be clear. However, the Massacre Emperor was the master of the Crimson Sacred City. Then, who was this Lotus Flower? Could he be the master of one of the 12 sacred cities? What a headache. You know, this Lotus Flower? Mo Jiao asked. I've seen him before. I stole the Lotus Sutra from him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, There's no time to lose. Let's leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Don't you plan on staying in the necropolis of the gods to cultivate? I know of a place that the undead spirit race will never be able to find or enter, because that place rejected death. You can go there and cultivate. It won't be too late for you to come out after you've cultivated to the point where you can defy the world everlasting palace. Otherwise, with your current strength, once you go out, I'm afraid your woman will be taken away again. Mo Jiao suggested. Who can take my woman away? Ling Xiao sneered. Now, even if the Eternal Emperor were to come in person, as long as I don't want to, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. No one could take Feng Hua away. We have been separated for a long time, and I don't want to be separated again. As for cultivation, brother, you don't understand my cultivation method. I have to constantly fight against experts in order to become stronger. There's no point in staying here. Domineering. No wonder you dared to make an enemy out of experts. It's not only because you're not afraid of death. It's also because you can increase your strength like this. Mo Jiao finally understood. All right, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll fight them to the death. Many thanks. Ling Xiao smiled. Every time they went to a place, they would encounter many enemies. But he would also meet many friends. Ling Xiao felt that he was truly blessed. This is for you. Previously, although Ling Xiao felt that he could make friends with Mo Jiao, to be honest, he didn't treat him as a true friend of life and death. So he didn't give Mo Jiao anything. But now, Mo Jiao would definitely be of great help to him. So he gave Mo Jiao 2 things. One was the celestial golden dragon mirror. The other was the world-defying golden dragon sword. However, Ling Xiao fused 2 9-dragon mark emperor weapons into it, tailoring it for Mo Jiao. Now, it could be called the 9-dragon mark celestial demon dragon mirror and the 9-dragon mark celestial demon dragon sword. With these 2 things, Mo Jiao wouldn't be defeated even if he faced a divine physique level 4 or 5 experts. How powerful was a 9-dragon mark celestial emperor weapon? This gift is too valuable. Mo Jiao was shocked. A 9-dragon mark celestial emperor weapon was already the most powerful emperor weapon in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao actually gave it to him. He felt that this thing was a little hot. Just take it. Didn't I say that you'll fight for me? If you don't have this thing, how are you going to fight? Ling Xiao smiled. All right, I'll take it first. I'll give it to you when you need it. Mo Jiao thought for a while and didn't hesitate anymore. He kept the item. The three of them left the graveyard of the gods. They saw that it was chaotic outside. What happened? Mo Jiao grabbed a person and asked, "Young master, the four supreme kings of the Eternal Palace have come to the beast deities' union to ask for someone." That person replied, "They're negotiating with the union master now." "Is the Eternal Emperor here?" "Not yet." That person replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have much confidence in facing the Eternal Emperor now. "Let's go. I'm afraid that the old man won't be able to withstand the pressure. The old man alone isn't a match for the four supreme kings. Any one of the four is as strong as the Fire Emperor." Mo Jiao was a little anxious. "All right, let's go and take a look. I'm the one who caused this trouble. I can't let the Beast Deities Union take the blame for me." Ling Xiao nodded. There were many people gathered at the Beast Deities Union's training field. There were a total of 3 parties. Hundreds of divine physique echelon experts from the Beast Deities Union were here. The Eternal Palace also brought hundreds of divine physique echelon experts. At the same time, hundreds of divine physique echelon experts from the city of Gold arrived under the lead of the Fire Emperor and Yang Shui. The Fire Emperor and Yang Shui had long treated Ling Xiao as their prince. Whoever dared to hurt their disciple, they would fight with their lives. The City of Gold wasn't a match for the Eternal Palace alone. However, it would be a different story if the Beast Deities Union was involved. Because of this, they hadn't started fighting yet. It could be said that the Eternal Life Palace had gone to war this time. The 4 Supreme Kings and Wang Quanzhenhua, a total of 5 kings, were here. Apart from Yu Qiushui, the other 3 didn't lose out to the Fire Emperor in terms of aura. They were very powerful. Wang Quanzhenhua looked in the direction of the Beast Deities Union fiercely. There was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. He didn't come here just to bring Yu Fanghua back. He wanted to avenge his son, kill Ling Xiao. The person standing next to Yu Qiushui was called Wang Quan Sword. He was also from the Wang Quan family. He looked very young. He was probably just over 100 years old. He had a head of demonic white hair and silver eyes. A terrifying sword intent was constantly being released from his body. The aura made everyone feel uneasy. Wang Quan Sword was Wang Quan Zhenhua's younger brother and Wang Quan Tianming's second uncle. No one could see the hatred and killing intent on his face. However, there was a strong sense of power in his demonic silver eyes.